It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.
We are live. Welcome everybody. Tuesday, Logic Day. But think it'd be better if we go over yesterday's faux debate. I feel cheated, really. I was looking forward to a debate about perpendicular and horizontal and vertical being perpendicular. But seems like the Blue Marble Science team over there were a little bit dishonest, agreeing to a debate, but then not having any counter arguments or anything. It wasn't actually a debate. Chaiki, the guy that I was meant to be debating, had absolutely nothing other than nutters. So I just thought that was a big show of sophistry. I mean, we will be going over it. We have to go over it. Because, I don't know. It's just absolutely ridiculous as far as I look back at it now and think, what was Blue Marble thinking? What did he want to do? I mean, it was meant to be a debate. He was hosting it. If it wasn't a debate, what was the idea of what Chaiki was meant to be doing? Chaiki explaining that he didn't know what a horizontal plane was, and him not accepting my definition or any definition from any dictionary or anything. He just wouldn't accept a definition for horizontal. And that's as far as it went. So well done, Blue Marble Science team. You showed that you've actually got no argument and you can't accept basic definitions of things. So well done. That's what you've got to look forward to if you engage with any of these. I don't know, I would call them really Flat Earth Society, because that's all they ever do. They talk about other people and other group of people, but as you heard last night, they have no argument. They can't present an argument or anything. He didn't have a counter definition. He just had a really bad misunderstanding of what horizontal is. And if you can't understand what horizontal is, then how's anybody going to ever have a concept of geometric proof? I mean, where does he think the geometry came from in the first place? I think somebody just made it up. Has to be proved. But I mean, we can save that for another debate. And what's everybody else think? Has anybody else gone over that? And what do you think you can get from it? I mean, if anything, I got from that you can't have an honest discussion with a Blue Marble Scientist. The cheat's dishonest. He bent an elevation profile so he could say nuh-uh to that.
He previously agreed on your definitions. So he denied these definitions when it was convenient for him. And by the way, if he has opposing view on vertical and horizontal, it means if your claim is that vertical and horizontal is perpendicular, it means that his opposing view should be that horizontal and vertical aren't perpendicular, and he has to prove that or disprove your claim by finding error in your logic thinking. In syllogism, for example, just formal error, or he could disprove by proving that they are not. He did none of this. So it was, for me, it was waste of time.
Yeah, we sort of get the idea that it would have been a bit of a waste of time. Now, we have been going over today. Has anybody else got any other opinions of the ridiculous non-debate that was last night? Like I say, we will be going over it because I think it's a form of sophistry what Chaiki was doing last night. Avoidance of the issue. We're going to be focusing on it particularly today. But the way Chaiki got involved in the definition, that is the coming to terms, the identity of the subject. So at that point, that was where Chaiki was going to have problems, because in order for you to be able to prove perpendicularity, you have to start off with a baseline, and that's where Chaiki obviously was going to have problems, and he did. but within the identity of the subject. Now, we're on logic night tonight, and just to make it clear, this is like an open format discussion on logic. That's all we do here. We discuss these sort of things. So if at any point anybody thinks that what we're doing is completely wrong, please just let us know. Come in, have the discussion. That's what we're here for. That's what this logic is. It's a discussion for reasoning, and everybody here can reason for themselves. They're completely up to themselves to reason and have any opinion that they ever want. You can come and discuss those opinions also. But you're going to hear coming up, because the last night was a precursor to that very thing, is that the Blue Marble scientists showed last night that they have an exploded mind. And in that, I mean, the logical system that that you do have has been allowed to entertain a contradiction. And because of that, the structure that you have in your mind of how you keep a hold and grasp of the reasoning that you do has been exploded. And I don't know, I can't put my mind in that place, because as far as I'm aware, I have a good understanding of critical thinking, reasoning, and I have a good group of people around me that if ever at any time I'm wondering whether I'm correct or not, I can always ask any of the people around here, and I do quite often. I throw ideas out to see how everybody else deals with them as well. I mean, that's what we do. Other people do the same to us. We bounce ideas off each other. That's the way a good group is. So remember that where we're going with this is just an open discussion. Logic, to me, is something, it's a universal. You can't get around the reasoning process of logic, and the reason it's there is the reason mathematics is there. It's the reason geometry is there. It's because it's already there. These are just descriptors of what is. And logic is that. It has to exist within reality for you to be able to comprehend and reason the very things that you're talking about. And that goes to logic, that goes to geometry. These aren't abstract concepts. These are things that exist in reality that are able to be talked about and proved within reality. You can't prove anything in your mind. Although the process of proving goes on in your mind within the reasoning process. But there has to be a link to reality. Otherwise, it's not a proof. It doesn't exist. Proof doesn't work like that. Although a lot of people may say that's where we're going wrong. But I mean, if you want to say that, if you want to argue against that, come in, make your case. So what we're going to go over recently, Chaiki showed it. There's another one tonight. We're going to go over a conversation we had on Sunday with a guy called Spooky December. Now, Spooky December's come around, I think, to help out the Blue Marble scientist crowd. But because we know, we've already said this, that they have no argument. There is no argument in favour of their model. We know that. It doesn't make any difference to us. We're studying logic, we're studying argumentation, we're studying debates, we're studying the trivium, studying the organon. But we're only at the beginning of it, and we're only novices. Anybody else wants to come and join in, then that's what the Discord's here for. That's what we do. So a guy called Spooky December came round, and what we're dealing with now is, I think, just pure sophistry. Chaiki could explain it last night, although not very elegant. and not very tactful. But what Chaiki was doing last night was sophistry. It was sort of arguing without having an argument, trying to play the part of what they think arguing is. I mean, they may think that is what a debate is, because there's a certain group of people, they have YouTube channels and Discord channels and 24/7 sort of channels where they pretend that they debate certain topics, but these aren't actual debates. They're just, I don't know, circular arguments, people shouting at each other. I don't know, people slandering each other, all of that sort of stuff. They portray it as a debate. There's a few long-running YouTube channels that do the same sort of thing. 6-7 years they've been running, but they've never hosted a debate. So people now believe that a debate is something completely different. Like, obviously, like Chaiki last night. They assume that you can just ask a question of somebody and then keep asking questions with no purpose to the question, no understanding to it. Let me get this ready. This is...
If I may, I have one note on Chaiki also.
Okay.
He asked you for proof for perpendicularity, but their claim isn't that they are not. They say that this vertical and horizontal are perpendicular at a point. So their claim is that they are perpendicular. So it makes this demand, which Chaiki made, very strange for me, because they don't deny perpendicularity, in fact. So for me, it was very strange. Why he demanded this proof from you, while they hold position that they are perpendicular, even at a point, but still. I don't understand that. That's all what I remind.
Okay, so I think I've just got this one from Blue, so this is a little bit strange. I've only just seen this, so I'll go on with these ones first. This is, they're talking over there in the Blue Marble Science server, obviously, of Chaiki's great victory. He's now the Blue Marble Science debate champion, and he proved, I think, last night, but that vertical is not perpendicular to horizontal, because he has a really bad misunderstanding of what horizontal is. I think he proved that vertical and horizontal are not perpendicular by misunderstanding horizontal. And that will be a new tactic for the Blue Marble scientists, for them to use, because this is the way it works.
This is very old, in fact. This is proving from ignorance.
Yep.
This is normal logic fallacy.
Well, that's a Blue Marble, as part of the Blue Marble scientific method of proof. That's how they work, apparently. So Blue Marble says here, they're talking about how to approach the conversation. Blue Marble says people, Bev, try thinking me, have to make it seem much harder than it really is. Because if anything actually gets any harder, it's beyond his ability to comprehend. I don't know. Typical like a nonsense sentence. It doesn't really mean anything. Blue's a lot of filler within Blue Marble Science. He says it's horizontal is perpendicular, is vertical. Make
I
of
would
that
say
what you will.
he meant to perpendicular to vertical. He
Yeah.
meant, I think.
So he's saying it is. So I don't know why he hosted a debate yesterday about with Chaiki that wanted to debate against it. So horizontal. Now, see, Blue Marble's taking the same position as I did. He said that's a definition and a perfectly serviceable one. So Blue Marble thinks horizontal is perpendicular is vertical is a definition and a perfectly serviceable one. But he never mentioned that yesterday. And I'm pretty sure that I said that as well, except I didn't say it as eloquently. I might have said horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. Maybe it was the way that we put the words in the order. Put perpendicular in the middle. And then it's okay for blue. It becomes a definition. Then he goes on to say, the real question is simply if verticals are parallel, and the demonstrable fact is that they are not. But Chaiki didn't prove that. Now address that, Bev. So Blue Marble has what I would call a contradiction within his own understanding. And he's literally just posted this 1 minute before the show was about to go live. Blue Marble Science. So he's got horizontal is perpendicular is vertical. And that's a definition and a perfectly serviceable one. The real question is simply if verticals are parallel and the demonstrable fact is they are not. So why is it a question, Blue? If you've already got a demonstrable fact, why don't you show that they're not and then end the question? Nobody would have the question. Show actual evidence to the contrary, says Blue Marble. Show us parallel verticals separated by a distance of 10 miles. Did we not do that in the elevation profile? I'm pretty sure that was on the elevation profile that Chaiki bent. The technology to make that measurement has been around for hundreds of years. Yes. And we had elevation profiles that Chaiki fucking bent. Didn't he? That made it awkward, didn't it? When you were showing the evidence of vertical being perpendicular to horizontal over a distance of 40 odd miles. So I'd say Blue Marble Science and Chaiki and all of those sort of people, they're sophists, but I don't think they even know they're sophists. They're ignorant sophists, and they're using their ignorance to command their sophistry without them even knowing it. They just feign victory through ignorance. It's impressive, really. Blue Marble Science. We've got a few of these sort of things. Sarigaki, there you go. Right? That's the proof that horizontal and vertical are all perpendicular all the way along. It's what Blue's after, but he allowed Chaiki to just bend it. Now, we've had a conversation today with a guy. Well, I think it's Spooky December. I think it is. Let's have a look. So It is. It's spooky December. We're going to be having a conversation about this. Now, most of this stuff is you might get to hear in a bit. But he also said that P and P implies P is wrong. Now, it may sound like a load of gobbledygook, that, but it will come into use. We did go over it a bit ago with the law of identity. But these blue marble sophists are going to be, they're going to be playing these sort of games for a bit. And I call this Alice in Wonderland tactics, because they're going to confuse people that don't really understand it. And since we're going over the basics of logic, this is where it begins, right at the very beginning, with the 4 laws of I call them the 4 laws of communication, because without these understandings, when you're talking to somebody, there can be no communication. And you'll see why the communication broke down whenever you end up talking to people like this, because of these 3 things, right? So that is he says it implies it's wrong. I say there it is. He says the law of identity is absolute, and we agree, yeah. But he said P and P implies P, and he says that's not the law of identity. It's just a theorem. Although, I'll get the GIF out here. This is what we have for the laws of understanding here. This first one is P is P and only P. So P is P. And then we have the double negative. P is not P. Next one, excluded middle. Only P or not P, no middle ground. And the law of non-contradiction, not P and not P. Not P and not P. And they're the understanding whenever you go into a conversation. So whenever you're talking about the identity of a subject, you are talking about that particular subject, P. And that subject is what shall be called that subject. At no point can you swap it and change it into something else, because obviously that would mean that communication gets very difficult. If you think you're talking about one thing and then all of a sudden you're ending up talking about something different, well, there you've had a law of identity violation. Somebody switched the topic. It's not the thing that you thought you were talking about. So in order for us to have these conversations within logic, you have to have an identity of what you understand the topic to be. And then that has to be defined and come to terms about the very thing. So within this, I would say the law of identity is perhaps, I mean, all of these basic laws of communication, they all apply and they always apply. There's never a time when these things do not apply. And this is why we can have logic and a reasoning system that works like it does. It's how mathematics ends up, well, let's say old school mathematics without the addition of made up things. So the things that are actually there, when mathematics is based upon real things, then that's what we're talking about here with logic. The logic's always talking about real things, and the law of identity states that that thing is the thing that we are talking about. It will not change from being that thing. You can halve it, you can double it, you can do all of that sort of thing, but it is that thing that you are talking about. Basic common elements, but Spooky December decided to say P and P is equal to P, or implies P. when the very law of identity just says that P implies P, or P is equal to P. That's the statement. And he had an addition to it where he said P and P are equal to P. Now, that's what we've been doing today. But when we go over this, you will hear the elements of that within the conversation that he had on Sunday. So I believe the argument that he brought today to all of the people that are around here and anybody that was witness to it, maybe over at the Blue Marble Science venue, the centre over there of excellence of the Blue Marble Science debating community, while they were all carrying Chaiki round on the throne, the debate king, I think he named himself after last night over there. And they all agreed how well Chaiki did. While they were doing that, this law of identity thing was going on. But it wasn't quite the same as what you're going to hear later in a bit. Let me have a look at some more of these. Oh no, those are from the PhD guy. I can't really do that. I think these ones. Right, so he says here, look, so this is the part that he says. He says, that's not the law of identity. It's just a theorem. And then he says, P and P implies P. Now, that's the one that Betty, the proofless logician over there in the Blue Marble Science thing, I think he changes it in a minute. So Betty's understanding with that is that if P stands, because this is the law of identity, P is P equals P is the logical equivalent of P. It's just P is P, right? I mean, everybody can understand that the law of identity is about the subject, and that subject is the subject that you're talking about. It's not too hard to understand. At least I don't think so for a normal person. But it appears the Blue Marble scientist and the proofless logician over there has a bit of a problem with it. So let me tell you, let's work it out. I say the law of identity states, as it says here, P is P and only P. Law of identity seems simple enough. Beddy, the proofless logician, says if P stands in for a proposition, then it reads, this is what he reads here, grass is green, is grass is green, and only grass is green. That's how he reads that. That's what Beddy gets out of that. I'll read it again. See, now, grass is green is grass is green, and only grass is green. Well, you've got P, and he's got grass green, and only grass green. So is P grass, and is this P green, or is this P grass green? I don't know. Like, literally, they must be really confused over there, having Beddy let them know about the law of identity.
For me, this he's adding this only. It doesn't imply that only grass is green. Statement that grass is green is just predication upon grass. It doesn't mean that being green, because this is what he's saying, that being green can be applied only to grass with this, let's say, proposition, which is false, because you cannot assume that only grass is green, because we can disprove it easily. So for me, this is just his sophistry.
Yeah, I will. To me, it would be if P is green grass, then P is green grass. It's not bluegrass or pink elephants. I don't.
Yes,
I
but
don't understand what he's getting at. Like,
it means that this P is green grass. That's it.
yeah,
It doesn't imply that only grass can be green. And this is what Baby is saying. This is just false. Just false.
yeah. Blue Marble Logician. So this is who they have helping out on side. And then what have we got here? Next one. Starkodder. I said to him, "You don't like Euclidean geometry, do you?" And I said, "Can you find a proof for it in reality?" Mike Jones says, "Whatever it is, I guarantee they will attempt no proofs." That's Mike Jones putting a prediction in. Saragaki says, "Oddstalker keeps asking for proof while avoiding it like the plague. The fact that an actual test was performed in reality. Hilarious." We were talking about the realizing Euclid. And then Starkodder here, it's very important this here. Can you find a proof for it in reality, a proof for Euclidean geometry? And he says, nope. Geometrical proofs are abstract. So Starkodder keeps asking for proof. Chaiki was asking for proof. Blue Marble was asking for proof. And they don't think there are proofs in reality. They don't. So how could you possibly give something to somebody that doesn't believe those things exist? It's a fruitless exercise. You can't give them something that they don't believe exists. They won't see it. Blue Marble scientists cannot see a proof. They also cannot see a contradiction. They've exposed themselves as being, I don't know, sophists, ignorant sophists. They're ignorant of their own sophistry because they don't have proofs. And they know they don't have proofs. They won't accept proofs off anybody else, and they won't hear of other people's proofs, even mathematical proofs to people like these, the Blue Marble scientists. Even those proofs aren't available to reality. They're abstract to these people. So you can only do these proofs abstractly in your mind. They don't exist in reality. Which I would say proofs definitely exist in reality. That's where proofs come from. You can't prove something not in reality. It's got to be in reality for you to be able to prove it. I don't know what these guys are talking about. They must have gone to a strange place. You definitely can't prove things when people like Chaiki bend elevation profiles. The bend in straight lines to disprove geometric facts. That's the lengths that these guys are going to go to. And it's going to be a mind game from here on in, because you quite obviously cannot talk to a Blue Marble sophist. With the communication, you can't communicate with them. There you go. Law of identity. Betty. Stupid. Law of identity violation. Not understanding the law of identity. And like I say, Blue Marble Scientist, let's come and have a conversation. If you think that the law of identity is the building block, so I think it is anyway, of communication, if you think there's something wrong with it, come and let us know. Come and communicate your understanding or your misunderstanding or whatever, and we'll try and communicate it out, try and work it out. Use dialectic, come to common ground. Let's see where we can go to. See if it's possible. I don't think that's it. Unless there's any more. The law of identity violation that we had today. Blue Marble Sophists. Betty, I'm being serious about this now. I don't think it's worth talking to any of the other guys because I don't think they can understand the logic involved in it. And it's okay. You can sit over there in the Blue Marble Science headquarters and choff away about how superior you are about logic. Don't bother coming and talking to us. You just stay over there. That'll be fine. Right. You guys in the Discord, I'm going to start playing this thing now. So if you want to listen to what we're talking about, I won't be putting it on the YouTube because everything goes on in the live chat. So keep it rolling with memes and GIFs and whatever in the live chat. Keep the conversation going. Keep it going. And this is conversation that we had with the guy who had the law of identity violation. But what you'll hear is how hard communication becomes when, I don't know, when people start asking questions. I guess it's a misunderstanding of the Elenchi. There has to be a purpose to conversations. So, you ready? Everyone okay to let's...
Okay.
Okay. Now, I was playing the game in the background and I did forget to turn the volume down on the game, so there may be a little bit of noise in the background for a bit of this.
Can you have a line that points or that extends to the left and to the right forever? And
if anybody knows or hears this voice and thinks it's familiar, let us know. Spooky December. I think I've heard him before.
Another line that extends forward and back forever. And are those two lines perpendicular?
What?
Can you have a line that extends left and right off indefinitely, and a line that extends forward and back off indefinitely, and those lines be perpendicular to each other?
Wouldn't know. Anyone else?
Thank you. I'm glad to have that answer.
You can have lines that extend indefinitely, can't you?
Really? Okay, how far do lines extend?
Indefinitely.
You just said you can't have lines that extend indefinitely, or
Said
maybe I
you
misheard you.
can have lines that extend indefinitely.
That's the problem with English. Can and can't sound the same on Discord, don't they?
Don't know, do they?
Yeah, they kind of do. Okay, so can you have a line that extends indefinitely left and right?
It depends if you're meaning of left and right, doesn't it?
Like there's a direction that's off to your left, and there's a direction that's off to your right, right?
Yeah.
Could you have a line that extends...
Is that universal left? See, this is one of the things. Like, I was playing the game in a Discord server, and this guy's come in. And is there any reason for anybody? Has anybody ever got into a conversation with the person that's just come in and started talking about can you have a line that extends indefinitely left and right? Doesn't it sound like a little bit of a strange conversation for somebody to start up, right? I mean, I don't start these conversations. Not purposely. People seem to want to ask me these sort of questions. Now, does anybody else get asked these sort of questions? Why is it just me? Do I attract, like, you know, like the nutter on the bus? Do I attract the blue marble scientists that want to talk about straight lines, that have a fascination with straight lines and perpendicular? Because that's what I thought this was going. I thought this guy was obviously helping Chaiki out, being the day before the debate about perpendicular. I thought this guy was searching for information to help Chaiki. Obviously, I was pretty fucking wrong about that. I'm right.
No, relative to you.
So what does that actually mean then? Can you have a line that extends left to right?
That's the question. Can you have that?
A line does extend indefinitely, doesn't it?
Yep. And can that line extend to the left indefinitely and to the right indefinitely?
Well, if it's a line, then it's a fucking line. And lines, even a terminated line within geometry.
Like a
can be
line
extended.
segment?
No, like a line that's terminated can be extended in a straight line.
So can you have a line that extends indefinitely to the left and to the right?
Anybody ever had a conversation like this? Like how often do people have conversations like this? Really? Sunday afternoon conversation. It's not always like this at the Discord server, but occasionally people like this. Anyone else want to have a stab at this answering the left and right question?
I want to know why he's not using the universal left and right. What's this other fucking?
What's the universal left and right?
Like left and right. There's only
Go
fucking one guy. I don't know what you're trying to fucking pull here.
So
You either
if I
go
pointed to the left,
Hey, you're either going left or you're fucking going right. I don't know.
You see you're about to watch sophistry. Vague question leads to this.
What the fuck you're talking about this relative to you shit.
okay, well, have you ever driven down a road?
Yeah, lots. Have
And-
you?
Yeah, and so in America, you drive down.
Have you ever driven down the road? Genius. These blue marble scientists are getting much better with their argumentation.
On the right side of the road, right?
We drive on the left side of the car, so we drive on the left side of the road. Are you talking about the actual car or your position in the car?
Talking about the road. Do you drive on the left side of the road or the right side of the road?
Okay, but you're not understanding the question so that I can give you a better an answer. Is it the position in the car on the road, or is it actual car placement on the road? Because if it is, then it's driving down the right side of the road, but you're driving on the left side of that road that you're on. Because the steering wheel is on the left, not the right.
But you're driving on the right side of the road, right?
Right side of the road, the whole vehicle is on, but you in the vehicle are driving on the left side.
Left side of the car, right? You're not driving on the left side.
But you're
Your
still
body is not on the
driving
left side of the
top
road,
of
right?
the road on the left side of the fucking half. Or when you say, because universally left and right are, like left and right.
Well, the thing is, there is no universal left and right.
See, this makes me feel like I'm back at 24/7 or over at Geo's listening to Zanuck, and people argue about things that I don't know what is the discussion about left and right, and it all started because he said, can you have a line that extends from left to right? Look where we are now. We're on cars, and we're on the left hand side of the car or the right hand side of the car, and maybe we're on the left hand side of the road or we're on the right hand side of the road. And maybe we turn round and somebody is pacing the other way, so their left is our right. And I mean, what's the point? Everybody understands what left and right is.
It sounds like pseudo-intellectual chit-chat,
Yeah.
like Brenda type.
Yeah, but this is common sort of conversations.
Why
People
did you?
are like this, I think.
Okay.
This was kind of to get you to think about that.
Okay, so left,
I
right.
did it to make somebody else think.
We'll scratch those out because now we know
It's
that
not.
left
It's not like it's vertical and horizontal, is it? You know,
It
left
is
and right.
like it's vertical and horizontal.
Is
It
it?
is- it's
Left
like
and
that.
right. Left and right is like vertical and horizontal.
Yeah, they're like that. Yeah.
How?
So left and right are relative directions. They're relative orientations. If you
Right, so listen to what he's saying here, right? I think this is where the sophistry begins in conversations like this. The guy's just had a I don't know what, a conversation about going down the road in a car from a straight line. But now we're talking about horizontal and vertical are like left and right. And listen to his reasoning behind why it's like.
They are not.
No, they're not.
He's trying to make analogy, but this analogy is false.
Yeah.
So
listen to what he says.
gibberish.
Yeah. How?
So left and right are relative directions. They're relative.
So the relative directions. So vertical and horizontal is like left and right, because left and right are relative directions, whereas vertical and horizontal are not relative. So they're not like it at all. So what this sophist has just done is he's led you to believe that something that isn't relative is like something that is relative. The fact that left and right is like on a straight line or on a plane or relative to where you are, like he just said about a straight line, and vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. That's not like that at all. So it's in no way similar. Yet this guy, Spooky December, has just plainly opened up to being a sophist. Now, it depends how soon you see this and whether you can see it as the conversation's occurring, or whether you hear it later on, or whether you just get more and more confused by the guy who seems to be talking about something, but he's really talking about nothing, talking about contradictory things. And if he's trying to get one over on you all the time, because this is the way I feel when I'm listening to people like this, I think this guy is just bullshitting. And he's going to carry on just talking bullshit.
All.
Yeah. It gets boring, but whatever this guy thinks he is, he thinks he has the right to just talk bullshit about things. Somebody's give him the right, whether he's done it himself or whether he thinks he's a pseudo-intellectual or something, that he's allowed to be able to do this. Whether he imagines this is some sort of a debate technique, or you're allowed to do this on Discord. I haven't got a clue. But I'm interested in doing it. That's what we've been doing. watching people like this.
Orientations. If you move, then their absolute direction changes.
And that's like horizontal and vertical, you say?
Yes, their absolute direction changes when you move because they're a reference to something. They're reference to a location.
Hey, what's he talking about?
They are not
They're
reference
not.
to location.
No, and because that location moves doesn't mean that vertical and horizontal move. Like he's just. But like I say, I'm interested in these people and what goes on in their minds. Now, the question you have to ask is that what he really thinks? Or does this guy know he's being a sophist? It's a tough one to ask.
Maybe he doesn't know that he's sophist, but he likes what he is doing.
I think so.
Yeah. Doesn't know that this is sophistry, but this is being smart in discussion.
Well, like I say, there's 3 videos I've got. This one, we've got the debate, the blue marble science debate, let's say, with Chaiki. And I've got another one with a guy called Louis. I think he's Bob's son, Louis, about going over the 12. Now, all 3 of those are different forms of sophistry that you will hear. I would say this guy he classes himself as a very skillful sophist, and he thinks he can enter into any position with 0 facts about anything and be quick enough on Google to try and fool people into believing he's an expert, he's the authority on that particular subject. That's what this guy's like. But this is the new sophistry, 2023. It's probably been brewing since about 2020, this particular thing. But I think this sophistry has been going on for years, this training of sophistry. It's almost akin to it being the opposite of logic, or logic exposes the sophistry. Sophistry is more like magic, trying to trick people, whereas logic is I don't know, you decide for yourself. What a reference to a location.
Vertical and horizontal.
And that's like left and right.
Left and right are reference to a person.
And vertical and horizontal aren't.
They're reference to a location. They're reference to something.
So they are like that then.
That's
is that you're saying that's how they're the same?
They're not the same. That's
could you not say that you are the location that vertical and horizontal are reference to?
You could, but it's more abstract than that, because left and right are pretty much only in terms of people or maybe animals.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying in your framework here. Could you not say the location is you? So therefore, the left and right is relative to you, and the location of vertical and horizontal is you. The same.
Yeah, that's just fine. Yeah.
Right. So you think you can take the horizontal and vertical with you, like you can take left and right?
Yes.
In the same way that vertical and horizontal works, you think you can control left and right by movement of you, the specific person.
Right. Yeah. And the thing is, you guys have kind of held that it's a contradiction if there are different horizontal planes or vertical lines that aren't parallel to each other or perpendicular to each other. But like how left-right makes a line and forward-back makes a line that are perpendicular to each other, But you can move around and you get new left-right lines and new forward-back lines that are still perpendicular to each other, but they're not perpendicular or parallel to all of the other left-right lines or forward-back lines that are for where you used to be, or where you used to be facing, or where other people are.
That's some of the best my model dictates I've heard so far.
This isn't my model dictates. This is just showing that it's consistent. This is allowed.
My model dictates.
I was trying to come in and ask them about whether you dealing with straight lines or what kind of lines are you dealing with, actually?
Straight lines.
Oh,
Straight line.
okay. Ask him what kind of a straight line is a straight line.
Like a Euclidean straight line in Euclidean R3 space.
Word.
What's the difference?
Difference between what?
A straight line. What the hell is this?
If you want to ask what's the difference, you need to give me two things. You just give me one thing.
In reality, number one, what's a straight line?
It's a base object. It's a straight Euclidean line, the same as under Euclidean geometry.
Hey, he's asking you like the stupidest, simplest fucking question. And I'll tell you this right now, okay? My name is Turnup. Turn up the truth. Look down there, right? I am literally, and everybody, they don't want to ever go there, but I know. I'm the stupidest motherfucker in here, and I even know this fucking answers. So you better get it right, bitch.
Don't be fooled by turn up. It's a ploy he has.
It's a base level object that you have to know intuitively. It's the same one from Euclidean geometry. It's defined in terms of 2 points usually.
All right, Bob. All right, let him have it, Redmond.
Oh my gosh. No, I mean, I was wondering. I'm just listening to what these guys say, which is funny to me. I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about straight lines, or what kind of lines you're talking about. So
I
left
think
and
we're
right.
talking about the same straight lines. We're talking about the ones from Euclidean geometry, right?
I said in reality. I don't give shit about none of that.
It's the same straight lines, right?
No.
What is a
Did you hear what I
straight
said?
line in reality, right? What is a straight line in reality?
It's the same object as from Euclidean as from Euclidean geometry.
Okay, so if you want to keep that answer, you can go ahead, but I'll give you an answer if you want. You can take this one and fucking run with it. All right.
I'd love to hear it.
A straight line in reality is the shortest distance between two fucking points.
Those are equivalent definitions.
Equivalent.
That's the definition of a fucking straight line.
You can do that. It's actually a theorem.
That's the definition of a straight line. Go into a dictionary. The shortest distance, the shortest path between 2 points. That's a fucking straight line. And I'm the dumbest motherfucker.
That's a more you can use that. That is a more abstract definition. You can.
It's a more mathematical
Euclidean
proof
straight
that
line.
because it actually has a reasoning behind it.
Yeah, you can use the calculus of variations to prove that a Euclidean straight line is the shortest path between.
You can
2
use
points.
calculations to prove a line.
I don't know what that means. You could use the calculus of variations to prove that the.
So you could use the calculus of variations, and he doesn't think that has anything to do with calculations or
Yes.
calculus. I mean, what's he talking about?
Calculus has nothing to do by the very name, of course.
Unless you place it on a graph and then use that graph to do some calculus with, it's a straight line. I mean, what's he talking about? It's very strange.
He was talking strange name, object. Distance between 2 points, it's not an object. He's very vague, but still. He was talking about physical reality. So why now he is talking about some calculus?
Yeah. Because this is a sophist. Just swapping and changing things.
Shortest path
That's what he
between
does.
2 points is a Euclidean straight line. You can do that.
Yeah, and you do that by plotting it on a graph and using the
No.
points on a graph
What?
for the calculus.
No, you use the arc length functional and you find the minimum.
The arc length of a straight line.
Yeah, the arc length is the generalized function that takes any curve, which includes straight lines, counterintuitively.
Yes, curves include, yes.
Yeah, curves
We know
include a
that. We
straight
know
line. Counterintuitively involve that, right? Zero curvature is an amount of curvature. Once you are allowed to implement zero within your mathematical structure, then zero curvature has to be a curve of zero curvature. It commonly known as a straight line.
Yes, but it is going to say that statement, that philosophy, let's say, that nothing is something. It's going there, yes.
Yeah. But I don't know. See whether you know.
And
Wow.
gives
So
you
what? A
length.
straight line's a curve.
In
Wow.
this context, yes, a curve is a big category that includes any continuous path between 2 points.
So following a curve could actually be following a straight line, a parallel.
In this context, a curve is just a category of path that includes a straight line in this context, okay?
Okay. In what context would that be, though? Like a mathematical context or a definitional
Right.
context?
There's no distinction between those two things.
Okay. So there's no distinction between a mathematical context and a definitional context. But when somebody says about, let's say, the curvature of the Earth, he's just said there that that could be a straight line. Could be. Could be a horizontal line, as far as he's just said there within his sophistry. He's exposed sophistry there in saying that within his sophisticated structure, definitionally and mathematically, there is no difference. So if you say something comports to the curvature of something, then that could be a straight line. And you could say that definitionally. Just remember that. Because there are some definitions that these guys stick to that state about this curvature that could possibly be a straight line. A zero curvature state. I think we've had discussions about it. So well done, Spooky. Thank you very much. I know you're going to say, well, he meant it wrong or something. I don't know. But Blue Marble Scientists, if you want to come in and support your sophisticated brother here in Blue Marble Science, stating that curvature can be a straight line. Interesting. I was looking for a definition. Couldn't find it, I don't think. Have you heard of the people who go crazy about definitions? How much weight do you put in definitions of things?
They're just not such a big deal. I mean, you need to use them correctly, but to change them, to define a new one, to use someone else's definition is not a big deal because they don't really convey any information. They just tell you what symbol someone else is going to use for some pre-existing concept.
Okay, that's why what one that Turnup said. The shortest path or the shortest distance between 2 points has a reason
And you can use
behind
that
it, and you
definition.
can definitely reason that that's a straight line, right?
Well, you can use that definition. Definitions aren't proven. You just assert them, and then they are.
What? There you go again.
He's
little bit
mistaken
of sophistry.
he's mistaken two ways.
Yeah.
Because definition is saying what the thing is by describing its limits. And is not, he said that these are only words, how we describe, with no relation to reality. This is not definition. If you say that, for example, we name non-existing things like dwarfs, this is not definition. So just naming fantastic entities. And naming fantastic entities in fantastic way is not definition. And the second thing is that okay, I've lost it. The second thing, but this would suffice that he's mistaken that one way.
Yeah, the definition is the thing, and it's a description of the thing. You can't just make up a definition and then put the thing into existence. It doesn't work that way round. The thing has to be defined first. You can't just define something and bring it into existence because of the definition.
Yes,
Doesn't make sense. Backwards.
It's naming thing, but you have to have the thing first. You cannot create thing by defining it. You are just seeing straight line and you are trying to describe what you see. This is definition.
Finding the best way of describing it. I would say thank you, Raven, for bringing us the trivium and the organon, to show us about the terms and how they're structured. Because it really does make the identity issue pretty important once you understand that the definition is that of the identity of the subject, and that to make it clearer so you can both understand what it is that you're talking about is the reason for the definition, so you can both understand the identity of the subject. You can't just make that up and bring it into existence.
As you said, identity of object.
Yeah.
So if you have no object, why you are trying to identify?
Yeah.
What? Identify what? Nothing.
Pure sophistry. This guy's very, I think he's quite skillful in what he does, or he's deluded in the way he talks. I don't know. One or the other. Hopefully he'll come.
Definitions aren't proven. You just assert them and then they are. That's the beauty of a definition, because it's just telling other people
works like that.
What word you're using with what meaning.
There you go. You just assert it and then they are. I mean, ridiculous. Absolute. I don't think personally that you could talk to somebody like this that can just conjure up definitions of things. You conjure it up and then they are. That's ridiculous. But
yes.
Blue Marble Scientist.
Fantasist.
Yeah. Blue Marble Fantasist. Sophist. So you state your meaning whenever you state the word. Is that the way you work?
Exactly. That's right. Yeah.
Brenda, like Brenda.
Did you just hear that then? I'll put that back. Did anybody else hear that? I don't know how much people have ever actually listened to these sort of things, but making videos, I've listened to a lot of things, and listen to this. So you state your meaning whenever you state the word. Is that the way you work?
Exactly. That's right. Yeah.
Exactly. That's right. Yeah. That's Brenda.
Yes. Typical.
Yeah.
Typical.
Did not sound like Brenda, though.
Like, you ever hear of prime numbers?
Yeah. Is that book 7?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he really deals with numbers, right? You're talking about Euclid's book 7?
Yeah.
I
He doesn't think Euclid deals with numbers.
yeah, I highly doubt it.
Doesn't doubt. He doubts. You don't
But
think Euclid dealt with primes?
not unless prime has some meaning that I don't know. But like, so a prime number, you can define it as an integer that has exactly 2 distinct whole number factors, right? But we'll never prove that that's what a prime is. We just assert it. We made up a name. It's called prime, and we said it means this.
He is wrong completely.
I was going to say before I carry on with what I was saying. Anybody else got any other opinions on that?
Because prime number is that you can divide only by 1 and itself. So, of course, if someone is trying to say that, for example, for number 3, it is obvious, but for larger numbers, you can say that I will find black swan, that this number is not prime. But still, if it is, if black swan for that large number is not found yet, you can assume that this is number.
Well, all you would do
that's-
then is if somebody says such and such a number is a prime number, and you find out that it is divisible by, say, 4, right? And then you could go, well, it's not a prime number then. I mean, it makes it not a prime number. You're not falsifying prime numbers, are you? You're just falsifying that one particular number as a prime.
Falsify something, you have this something first.
Yeah.
So to falsify some prime number, you have, in general, have prime numbers.
It brings in further questions, but I mean, this is what I was saying. But I can see there's a progression of what the conversation's going, because this guy knows where he wants to get to. I don't know whether people can see it or whether you think this is haphazard. I think this guy had a purpose and he needed to get somewhere, and he was going to use whatever means he could to get there. And this is one of the, or they have different understandings of where they need to get to. Okay, go on.
We could have called them sody pops instead.
Mm-hmm. You're waiting for a black swan. Have you found one yet?
A black swan for like a prime number that has more than 2 or less than 2 integer factors?
Yep.
That's logically impossible because we've defined prime to be a number that has exactly
they've just
2.
defined it.
Yeah, that's a definition.
What makes a prime is that there is only 2, divisible by 1 and itself. That's it, isn't it?
Right. Because that's how we've defined it.
No, we could have called no. That is the prime, divisible by 1 and itself only.
Okay, can you prove that that's what a prime is?
That is what a prime is.
How do you know?
Because it is only divisible by itself and 1.
How do you know that's what a prime is?
because they're the set of numbers that are only divisible by themselves and 1.
Right. How do you know that that's what a prime is? How do you
No,
know
no,
that the name for that
those
is
numbers. Do you get what's going on now?
Yes, it's a name. You can name these prime numbers whatever you like. You can name it stone numbers or whatever.
Yeah.
It still is in definition that he's playing words, because it doesn't matter what word you use for prime numbers, but really important is definition, not name. But of course, this name is in relation to what you can do with these numbers.
Well,
So
both me and
good
you,
name.
yeah, both me and you said a number divisible by itself and 1. He used x integers and x plus, like they use a different term, and that's what he's talking about now, because we've defined the prime number as the set of numbers that are divisible by themselves and 1. We did that. He has used another one, but now he's having a go at the definition, saying that the definition is a circular definition. This is sophistry.
Yeah, but he's doing something further though. He's trying to say that you cannot prove that the term prime numbers is the definition that's been associated with prime numbers. That you can't prove that. That's what he's saying. He's trying to undo what a proof is.
Yeah, and that
Yes,
you can't prove a definition.
definitions are not proofs. Yes,
No, we know that.
they are descriptions.
It's the law of identity, right? You're giving an identity and a descriptor of that identity to the thing. That's how
Yes,
we know what a prime number is.
So definition answers question what it is, not why it is.
Yeah, grammar.
For knowing why, you need proof, but not for what.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think that's what Raven was saying. That's what the trivium goes through. The understanding of the grammar gives us those descriptors, but like Paper says, not the why. The why is dealt with logic. But this is a very familiar game of a sophist that's about to, well, it's already started. Let us know when you'd have had enough. That are divisible by themselves and 1. You can call them whatever you want.
You can, because it's just a definition.
But that set of numbers that are divisible by themselves and 1 is a set of numbers all of its own.
It is. And the name for that is prime.
Oh, you call it prime.
Exactly. Because I've defined prime to mean this.
No, you've just given the name prime to those set of numbers.
That's what defining is. You're giving a name to a thing.
You're giving a name to the set of things that are the same. Now, why do you think they called them prime numbers?
Same is.
Why do you think they called them prime numbers?
Because they thought they're important. Prime sounds important.
And why would they be important?
Because mathematicians think they're important. That's it.
Just a number.
Yeah.
You've not got any other mathematical better definition of that just that mathematicians think they're important?
That's the reason for picking that name, right? They could have picked anything.
Yeah.
They could have called him red wine.
Could have done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the logic, all the math is the same. It doesn't matter what name you give them, right?
Do you think at any time mathematicians would have called them red wine? Or do you think red wine is better suited towards the red wine that everybody knows that red wine actually is?
You would confuse red wine with prime numbers.
Yeah.
But still, you can do that. Yes, of course. So definition is not just a name. Name should fit definition. And prime number, this name, is fitting definition very well. So that's why mathematicians use name prime number, because it is the best way to fit definition. And definition is that they can be divisible by itself and one. This is definition. And name prime number fits that definition. Red wine does not.
Yeah. Blue marble sophist. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, this is an attempt, in my opinion, to allow / promote the idea that clear communication can happen. I would say that this person would be incapable of having a honest, clear, back and forth communication with anybody. I will reserve my judgment, but I suspect we're going to see this in the rest of the recording that goes on. But that's what he's setting up here, is if you are allowed to call anything anything, then you're allowed to call anything anything.
Yep.
How does one communicate to another? Language is lost. Meaning is lost. And I would submit that that's the point. That's exactly what this particular person is attempting to do.
Yeah.
And
Define something
trying
into
to
existence.
trying to get you on board with it.
Yeah, allow the thoughts to creep in. Like Paper said earlier, we have had somebody like this before.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar.
Very similar.
Mm-hmm.
You could define it to include 1 too, if you wanted.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
That you can include 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the logic, all the math is the same. It doesn't matter what name you give them, right?
Does it?
Mm-hmm.
Does it not matter what the name is that you give something when you're
You could define it to include 1
discussing
too, if you wanted.
with somebody?
There you go. You can define it and put it there again, so you can listen to who says this and how a sophist works. Specifically, you have to make sure that when you're in the conversations with people, you're aware of this particular tactic. It will happen more and more often. Sophistry about to occur. Listen to this again.
You could define it to include 1 too, if you wanted.
We're talking about prime numbers, right?
Yes, and he's going with this new modern definition of prime numbers, which are excluding 1. And he's saying that you can include even,
Mm-hmm.
which is obviously natural to include 1, because 1 is obviously a prime number, because it fits definition. You can divide 1 by 1 and itself.
Well, that's where we're going. We may have differing opinions. Listen. Could you?
What's to stop you?
Well, it isn't really divisible by itself and 1, is it?
It's divisible by itself, right? And
Is
it's
it?
divisible by 1, right?
Is that a divisor, a 1 of 1?
Yes.
Interesting. Do you know why they call 1 1?
No.
But you know, you could define it as a prime number if you wanted to. Or you could define prime as prime if you wanted to define prime as prime.
Well, defining prime as prime doesn't help anybody, right? Using the word in its own definition.
Well, I'd say it definitely does help you understand what prime is.
Defining prime as prime helps you understand what prime is? How does that work?
No. Defining a set of numbers as prime numbers definitely helps within mathematics, doesn't it?
Sure. But you just said that defining prime as prime
No, I didn't.
helps. I didn't understand what you meant by that.
Yeah, that's because you got confused. I was actually saying that defining prime numbers as prime numbers, that set, definitely helps within mathematics. Now,
How does that help? You define prime numbers as prime numbers. How does that help anybody?
I wouldn't know. I'm not really a mathematician. I don't really deal with the number part of it. But yeah, you seem like you're the expert.
Like in any sort of like logical system, defining something in terms of its own name doesn't help, right?
Is that what you think? Anybody does that?
I think that if you do that, you're screwing up.
Yeah, I would definitely say that. I don't know. Just as a matter of course, and we're talking about it. What's the definition of 1 again?
Definition of 1?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what is definition of 1.
There you go. It would have to include 1 though, or a unit, or something that to describe 1. But what is there to describe 1? So there are things that are defined by themselves, right? They define themselves. Like 1 is what I'm saying. Like prime numbers. They are prime numbers because they define themselves. They're a thing. People have called them prime numbers, but you instinctively know what a prime number is because when you hear the definition, you know that that number has defined itself. Perhaps that could be why they call prime. Because they are distinctive within all of the other numbers, that they are only divisible by themselves and 1, which links them to the 1. And the 1's special because that defines itself. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not much of a mathematician. More of a logical thinker.
Yes, so in numbers, you have to start with 1 always.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is bringing like numbers into existence. Not physical existence, but mathematical existence.
Mm-hmm.
So this, let's say, abstractive existence, because they don't exist in reality, in physical reality. Numbers, it's themselves.
But you could link it to a unit.
Yes, but this unit you can link to reality.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you have to start with 1 always, because 1 it's always also in philosophy. It's ontological problem. Let's say not problem, case, ontological case, because we start always with 1, because if we can see or comprehend something, we are thinking about one thing, because we can divide this one thing into parts, many parts, 2 parts, 3 parts, etc. But the first is one thing, not parts of thing, but just thing. And this, if we know some thing, we are talking about one thing. So we always start with one, always, in thinking. Or even if it is not about numbers. But in philosophy, in logic, we always, if we are saying thing or something, we are talking about one.
I'd say the unit. You know, like if you link it to a unit, then you could say like 1 inch, 1 foot, 1 meter, 1 mile,
Whatever.
yeah, whatever unit that you want to establish, then that becomes the one, and then
Yes,
you have everything relative to that, so that defines the two, right? You just make twice one.
Yes, the same thing is, for example, with the family or society. This is collective word.
Mhm.
But still, if we are naming it family, we are talking about one thing, not parts.
Yeah.
But whole thing. And this whole thing, like family, is one.
Do you want to come in,
This
Kev?
gets
Yeah, go.
this gets very deep and probably too much for the YouTube chat, and you want to continue on, but I will say one is existence.
I really do like these conversations, but yeah, I want to get through this. But
Yeah, we won't get it, but
it's
for
sometime
anybody who's
coming.
listening, think
Yeah.
about it.
These are the conversations that we normally have in the private, in the Discord, sort of the usual conversations. But yeah, we'll have that at a later date because fascinating. I've always wanted
with
to
Kevin.
talk about that.
I agree
Yeah.
with Kevin. Yes, it's in philosophy. You are starting with one.
That's why it's
with
special.
Thing.
Yeah, and that's why
That's
prime
why it's
numbers are
special.
prime, because they're linked to it. There's only one
Yep.
other number other than one that links them. That's why they're special.
And that's
Prime.
why your question to Spooky Dude
Mhm.
is appropriate when you asked him is one, can one be added to the set of prime numbers? It's an interesting question, philosophical topic to cover
Well,
later on.
we've
Maybe.
not actually finished.
Oh, good. There's more.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Oh,
great.
there is more
Wonderful.
to it. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, good.
Okay.
This is fantastic.
Yeah, I like this. Can
sort
you
of stuff.
state somewhere within a definition where it's actually that's ever been defined like that? Just give us like one example of what you're talking about.
Well, you just said you can define prime numbers as prime numbers. So that's an example of
No,
someone.
I didn't say that. I said prime numbers are definitely defined as prime numbers within mathematics for a reason.
You think prime numbers are defined as prime numbers?
Prime numbers are defined, right?
Prime numbers are defined.
Yeah, the
Are
set
prime
of numbers that are prime, the ones that are divisible by themselves and 1, are defined as being prime numbers, right? That is the set of
That's very close
numbers
to the
that
canonical
are
definition.
divisible by themselves and 1, right? That's it. That
That's
is
very-
the set of numbers. They define it as prime. Now, what the
You
fuck
can
are you
define
talking
prime numbers
about?
that way, but what you just said several times was you can define prime numbers as prime numbers.
You've just said it a few times as well. Why did you say it? You see what's going on? This is sophistry here now. Completely ignoring the fact that we've already defined prime numbers and saying that prime numbers, I don't know what his argument is, but I mean, he's never going to get to the point that the prime number, it makes it prime because there is only, it's linked to 1, which is the link to the prime number. I consider 1 to be the prime number and the other numbers are linked to it. But I don't know whether you could ever have that discussion. And this guy's just playing sophistry now. And I do admit, I get a bit fucking annoyed because it's Sunday night. I'm playing a game. and he's coming in talking about prime numbers with no intention, right, of actually going about the prime numbers. I know this guy has somewhere else to get to. This guy, let's call him Brenda.
I said that doesn't work.
No. But you don't know why it does work, and you don't know why they actually defined the numbers as being called prime. You don't know that.
Why they picked the name prime?
Mm-hmm. That's what you seem to have a problem with, right? The fact that they
It
have
doesn't matter
actually
what name they
defined
pick.
the numbers as being called prime. That's your problem, right? That's the problem that you have with them.
No, what are you talking about?
So what? Go on then. State your argument again, or the thing that you were trying to say.
I was trying to say that you can define anything you like, and it's not provable. It's just an assertion. It's just telling someone else what name you're using for something.
And
So I can define. My bad, Biff.
I say,
Sorry.
can you remember that I asked you that they may be defined like that, but the fact that you have no black swan to state any different, there's not really any recourse for what you're saying.
That doesn't make sense as a response.
What, the fact that you saying you're having a problem with the prime numbers being defined as being prime numbers, but the fact that there's never been a black swan to prove that the theory or the understanding of what a prime number is, the definition of the prime number, because they don't just go, we'll call this number a prime number, right? That's it. That's the definition done. That's not what the definition of a prime number is it? Like, you don't seem to have an understanding of what a definition is.
A definition is a name given for a thing.
Mm-hmm. And what's the thing?
The thing is elements of the set of numbers that are integers and have exactly 2 integer factors.
Mm-hmm. So that's the set of numbers. That would be the definition, what you've just stated.
That set of numbers is the definition of the set of prime numbers, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So what's your problem?
But I didn't define prime numbers as prime numbers.
No, you defined them as a set of numbers, exactly like I did. Set of numbers that are divisible by themselves and 1. I just said it a slightly bit differently.
With one difference, that your definition probably includes 1, right?
Do you hear that?
Yes, you didn't say that.
No, he said it earlier.
He's suggesting, yes.
He said it earlier, and now he's saying that my definition involves it.
This is not your definition, and
We go. Sorry.
this is not your definition, and mathematicians are excluding 1, in fact, with no logical reason. They only say, as I read, maybe I am wrong, maybe I read wrong source, but I read about that. There is no logical reason for that, to exclude 1, only for calculating purposes, that this is somehow easier. I don't know why, but this is what I read about that.
Okay, well, you'll see of the conversation that we had today exactly where that came from and why it got passed over. So, go listen. It's coming up now.
Definition probably includes 1, right?
Why?
1 is divisible by 1, and 1 is divisible by itself.
But it's not the same. It's not like 2 different things. It is the same thing. Right?
Right. That's why my definition excludes 1.
Yeah, who said that my definition included 1?
You said that a
No,
number
I
is
didn't.
prime.
No. You imagined that I was
No,
including one. I
you
said it'd be
said
stupid. Why would anybody say that something divisible by itself and 1 is the same as divisible by itself if itself is 1? It's not the same
because
fucking thing, is
that's
it?
basic logic. That's
Well,
how
1
logic
and
is.
1 doesn't make any sense,
You can
does
have
it?
P and P.
Do you get that? Oh, you're listening, Mike. P and P.
Yes, but I have slightly, I have objection because when he's talking about P and P, he's talking about object or subject, let's say, to predicate on. But when you are doing something with number, because division of number is doing something, and if you are dividing 1 by 1, you are automatically doing 2 things in that case in 1. So wash and go.
Yeah. Well,
Because
that's where this guy's going. Except he does play this. He plays this part of an argument and combines it with another argument. Sophisticatedly. Because what he's doing here, right, I will go on to explain it to him, right? But if you say a number, prime number, is something that's divisible by itself and 1, then itself can't have an and itself because it is the 1, right? It's already on part of it. So the and, to me, implies 2 different things, something and something else.
for me, it's rather tautological statement.
Yeah.
That's why I would include this one into prime numbers, because 1 and itself is the same in case of 1, not in case of other numbers, but in case of 1, saying 1 and itself means the same. So for me, there is no reason to exclude 1 because of that.
Yeah. I don't know, people can have that. But like I would say, a set of prime numbers is a number that is divisible by itself and 1. That excludes 1 as the prime. And all of the others get linked to that. So I don't know. I don't know how you deal with that. But that's why you would link prime numbers to 1, because 1 is the initial prime, the thing that all of the other numbers are going to be linked to by themselves and 1.
Yes, so in that case, you can say that 1 is the cause of prime numbers.
Yeah, it's the one that links out all of the other numbers together. So therefore, it itself is the prime that all of the other numbers are being linked to. So the prime numbers wouldn't include the prime. To me, the prime numbers are the other ones.
Okay, so in that case, that it would mean that prime numbers are derivation from 1.
Yeah, that's why they're called prime to me. I have thought about this, like it's not something that I've read anywhere, but to me, in my understanding of working through the identity of things and working through the grammar, obviously prime comes around, that it must have had an identity and why it's called prime. Mathematics wouldn't call something prime, just like this guy says, just because that's the thing, the one that they decided. It is because, to me, the 1 is the initial prime. So the prime numbers are the ones that are linked to that in this special way. But the and is the thing. You can't have one being an and one, because it's not. It's not. It implies something else other than that. The and, to me anyway, the logical and.
This is part where I would disagree, because what it is doing something. So you have two operations, as I can see that in that way, that you have two operations in one, only with this one. Because if you have like three, you have to make two operations, to divide by 3 and to divide by 1. But in case of 1, you have only one operation, which includes both. That's my point. But I'm not.
But they're
trying
both the
to
same
argue.
thing, aren't they? That there isn't two operations. There is only one operation. So there is not an and. It could be either, but there is only one operation where you're dividing one by one. You can't say you're dividing one by one and dividing one by one.
I would say that you can't say that, because 1 is always itself. You cannot say that 1 is not itself.
Yeah.
If you have only 1, you cannot say that this 1 is not itself.
Well, the implications for the sophist of your line of thought will become apparent to what we've been talking about today.
Yes, a sophist would make the case from that, but if it were me, he would not fool me. But still, when he is linking this to P, he is not talking about operation, but he's talking about entity.
Yeah.
So when he's talking P and P, he's talking about two entities being one entity. So it is just redundant saying P and P for me. Like Soletism, this is a sophistical way of trying to suggest opponent something else. If you have something which is one, he's trying to put into opponent's mind that there is something more. So that this is this P and P, nothing more, just sophistry and tactic.
Listen to where we're going. Can you? So
P
you're
and P
including it then, are you?
Is true if P is true, right?
Are you including one in your? Is that what you're arguing for now?
My
the
definition
inclusion of one into it.
My definition excludes one.
Yeah, well, so does mine, because listen, again, I don't know whether you heard me or not, right? It's a number that is divisible by itself and one. See that and in the middle there?
Do you know how and works?
Mm-hmm.
So is it divisible by one?
Well, and implies two different things. One thing and another. In my eyes, it does.
It doesn't. Wow, okay. So, well, yeah, logical and does not imply that.
Mm-hmm. Not when you're talking by a number by itself and one. You notice as well, he's also took one out of the prime number set himself.
Yes, and now he's saying this, commenting what I am saying. But still, if I am not sure if I will say that correctly in English, but they are disjunctive sentences and conjunctive sentences. So if we we are using and, it is not explicitly or exclusively, pardon. So for me, it can be that one is prime number because you are using conjunctive sentence and not but and. So if you are using but or only, it means that you are excluding the second thing. And if you are using and, you are not excluding. As far as I know, this conjunctive and disjunctive sentences work that way, that if you are using and, you are not excluding something.
Okay,
That's
well,
my argument for that one.
yeah, well, like I say, that to him, that's my reason for not including 1 into the set of prime numbers, is because there is an and to me, and if you include 1, then the and doesn't imply there is only 1. But that's all I've said. He also doesn't include 1, yet he's now about to have a go at my reasoning for not including 1. Yet he hasn't included 1, yet he's not going to state what his reasoning is. Just play a sophist game now. Can you see the problem there? If itself is 1,
I see
there's no
the problem
and, is there, to imply?
The and implies that they have to be 2 different terms, but it doesn't.
It implies 2 different numbers. Do you not understand? The
It does
number
not.
itself and 1.
I see what you're saying, but that's not right. That's not what and means.
What? No, I'm telling you that when I say the definition is a number divisible by itself and 1, that implies, when I'm saying it, there's 2 numbers there. Can you not see that? Or like you don't imagine
redefining
I'm gonna have a hard time. What? No, I'm just telling you. You just told me I'm redefining and when I say that. But again, these are the conversations that you have to have with people. I gave him my reasoning for the inclusion of the and now he's saying that I'm trying to redefine and, because and doesn't mean something and something else. That isn't the way it works within logic. And works differently somehow. The grammatical way I'm speaking is a number that's divisible by itself and 1. That implies 2 numbers, not the same one, like not 1.
I understand what you're telling me. You're redefining and you're going to have a hard time communicating with people if you're going to redefine base level terms like logical and.
Okay, I'm going to have a communication problems defining and that way, the way that I just defined it. Is anybody else come up with the other way of defining and? Within conversation, communication. Did I do a good job of explaining why I don't include 1 within the prime number set?
Yes, you explained. I would slightly disagree, but still you explained to him what is your position.
And he thinks that's me redefining and I'm going to have I'm going to have a problem communicating with people. Because and is spoken differently of. I don't know what his other definition would be. And I don't think he could explain it now either. He just has a problem with mine. Sophist. This is how sophists work. Now, next time, what would you do? Would you, when talking to somebody, would you not explain something, why you have a reasoning behind that? Because some sophist might decide that he's decided you're redefining the word and within your explanation of something. I don't know. But this is where we're going to have to go. This is what is going to be the new communication, and this is how we communicate with people from now on. Apparently, just people that pop into the Discord server.
Because you're not going to be able to do. You're not going to be able to use any logical theorems, right?
Why not?
Because you're using a completely different meaning for a basic logical than everybody else is. So if you're going to try to do Euclidean geometry, first order logic, or anything, you're going to have a completely different system because you're using a completely different version of and.
Really?
Yes.
What different and do you assume I'm using? Can you just lay us out the different ands?
You just told me the different and that you're using. Your different and has to have two different terms. So if you have P and Q, we can't have P and Q being the same thing.
Go on, tell us that again.
If you have P and Q, you can't have P and Q being the same thing. You can't have P and P, for example, right?
Are you following this guy saying that I have a problem with and within logic, and now he's trying to explain P and Q, and then he's just swapped it to P and P? I mean, what's he talking about?
He is talking about that P and Q cannot be P and P.
Do you think? Do you think he said P and Q and then P and Q, and now he swapped it to P and P? It's a completely different set of things that he's talking about.
Yes, but so far he is saying that if you have P and Q, it means that you cannot have P and P. This is what he said.
Let's see.
So good.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Well, that would imply that P and P would make 2P. How would you P and P? What would you? That would be imply 2 P's, right?
2 P symbols written down, sure, yeah.
Within a logical structure. So how would you get that to be P?
Well, P and P implies P.
There you go. P and P is P, or P and P equals P. When we have the law of identity that P equals P, or P is P, P, and now he's got P and P equaling P.
If he is adding P to P, it cannot be.
Well, he's like, but he's got a different and, right? The and that I had was 2 operations or 2 things where you're adding something to another one, right? And P and P. You can't have P equaling P and then P and P equaling P, as far as I know, within my logical understanding. But let's see everybody else. I mean, this is only me having a conversation with a guy, I would say, who's a sophist, but I mean, this is the whole idea of what he's tried to do. This is where he wanted to be. He's done quite well, because we started off with a straight line, and now this is where we're at. He's worked his way into this conversation.
Yeah, but he is making extrapolation from prime numbers now to like conditional statement.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all over the place, isn't it? He's manipulated it quite well. Conversation, sophistry. And that would be the same as 1 and 1 equals 1.
No.
Or would you have 1 and 1 implies 1? What would that mean?
Okay, you're mixing.
No, I'm just trying to
Like
keep you on
addition.
track.
You're mixing addition with logical and now.
The logical and.
Right, not addition.
Okay. So is the logical and different? Because it's my understanding that it's an and, like as in a normal and. Because
Yes,
logic
and
is implying something and something else, two different things.
all, even if it is um, uh, same, let's say, species, you have two examples or two individuals. So you are adding. It means that you have two entities anyway. You can have two same entities like two men or two cats.
Yeah, but
They
then
are
there you would go like two cats equals canine.
two cats.
Cat
and cat.
equals cats.
Cats, yes,
Yeah.
two cats, yes.
But that would be cat. Cat can't be P. And cats be P also. You can't have P and P equals P.
No,
Logically
if,
wouldn't stand, right?
this is not conditional. That this P, it doesn't mean that this is antecedent of anything. Because if he's saying P, we think that he's talking about antecedent in a P and Q statement. But he is not. He's just saying P.
As in with the law of identity P. Right? P is P. But you can't
Just
have
P.
P and P is P.
No, of course not.
Again, that's where we're going. Like, and I think if you let this play out, right, if we listen to where he's going, because this is where he wanted to be. This is the conversation that this man wanted to have, and he's got here in this place.
Have you ever seen like
Give us
like
a quick
of-
logical statement involving this and, will you?
Okay, let's see. This teacup is green, and this teacup is green. Therefore, this teacup is green.
You like that? Logical and within a statement where he just repeated the same thing 3 times.
Yes, tautological. Yes, this is tautology, bad tautology.
So that's P and P implies P.
It's like pointing at the same thing twice.
Yeah.
That you put your finger here. This is my car. Oh, here this is my car. And third time, here it is my car. So,
but that's not a logical and, right? That's not what it means within logic.
no,
He's just completely made that up, right?
there is no implication there.
Yeah.
Repeating the same statement or expression or subject is not implication.
So let's. Here we go. Is that not repetition?
It's very repetitive,
Mm-hmm.
but it follows logically. Given that this teacup is green and this teacup is green, we know that this teacup is green.
It follows logically, he says.
This is called tautology. It means that it explains itself. So only thing we can do is repeat, and he is repeating. But this is not logical statement, and he is not implying anything, and he is not proving anything.
This is a sophist, right?
You cannot prove anything using tautology. You can create syllogism, tautological syllogism, but and it would be correct and even valid syllogism, but this syllogism would not prove anything.
Yeah, he's come in, told us we don't understand the logical and then just said a ridiculous statement 3 times to try and say that we don't understand what the logical and is, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, in his version, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, because it would have to be formed like a mathematical statement with implies being equals, and this equation doesn't add up, right? It doesn't add up mathematically, you adding the same thing twice on one side just to equal the same thing on the other side. It just...
Yes, for example, in syllogism, we have premise 1, if A and if B, this is the second premise, then C. So, but you have to have 2 different premises. You cannot just repeat first premise as a second premise. If A and if A, then C. This is nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is syllogism, but it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, it's sophistry, right? It's
yes.
a form of something that may look like a syllogism, right? But it has no effect logically. It doesn't have any reasoning behind it. It's a faux statement. It's a vacuous statement.
Syllogism is contained by 3 sentences: premise, first premise, second premise, and conclusion. But repeating first sentence as a first premise and second premise, it means that you are, in fact, it is no longer a syllogism. In fact, it looks like, because visually you have 3 sentences, but the second is a repetition of the first one. So in fact, it is not really syllogism. So no logic.
Okay. He stated the same thing twice. Does that make it more credible or something? Does that double up its power and strength or something?
It's just a logical principle. P and P implies P. P also implies P and P. Have you ever seen a truth table?
Yeah. See, now what he's done there, to me, he's fucked up the law of identity. Because P is P. P equals P. P and P does not equal P. P and P equals twice P.
Yes, and twice P is not once P.
Yeah. P is P. So what he's done here is he's gone through that mathematical statement of primes and added the 1 into it because of the and within that statement. And now he's brought that confusion or whatever mathematically into a logical statement. And now what he's doing is fucking about with the law of identity by adding an and in there to try and, I don't know, Dionysius, I'm guessing, just to try and throw confusion in there to whoever's listening. These are the sort of things you have to deal with in the modern day debate scenario. And if you try and stop anybody talking bullshit like this, you'll get told that he deserves to have his say. So you have to let the sophists speak. Just be aware. This is going to happen more and more because I think this is how people are being brought up through the education system to have these sort of arguments, sophisticated arguments, with no understanding of actually what the subject that they're talking about. He's just fucking about with the law of identity because he's messing about with argumentation.
Okay, have you ever seen a truth table where they were using the logical and?
Go on, show us it. Go on, get us one out. Let's have a look. Let's see it.
All right.
I've got a thingy one. I did a logical and. I like that one.
Did you think you just posted a truth table?
No. It's a logical statement where I used the and, the logical and. Do you like that? I showed him the one that you can see in the screen right now. If A is parallel to B, then A is parallel to A and B is parallel to B. That's the and. This one. That's within a logical statement. So, yeah, we've used the logical and within a logical statement through that particular logical statement. So that's what you're looking at, and that's what we're talking about. I mean, it was designed by, well, me. Logical statement for t-shirt logic. And it's meant to look like it's confusing, because that's what it is. Darren thinks that's proof of verticals. It's if A is parallel to B, then A is parallel to A and B is parallel to B. The second line states horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Then, well, if horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then horizontals are parallel to horizontals. All horizontals parallel to horizontals. Horizontals, Darren. Parallel horizontals. Horizontals parallel to the plane of the horizon. We made that up. It doesn't really mean, it's not a mathematical statement of the plane of the horizon. There isn't really one. And these three lines here really horizontals. Within this statement anyway, like I say, we made it up for t-shirt logic. The logical statements are there to be done anyway, so just to let him know that we have used the logical and within this statement. If A is parallel to B, then A is parallel to A and B is parallel to B. So that's the and, the logical and.
I mean, yeah, that's trivial because A is always parallel to A and B is always parallel to B.
Well, that's the use of the logical and then. So you agree with that one, right? So when we wrote that one for a few years ago, then that we definitely had it right then with the logical and within that.
Unless you use a Euclidean version of parallel where if two lines are the same line, then they're not parallel, right?
Did you hear that? Again, sophistry. Listen. Then with the logical and within that.
Unless you use a Euclidean version of parallel where if two lines are the same line, then they're not parallel, right?
Has anybody ever heard of the Euclidean proposition that if two lines are the same line? Anyone heard that? Two lines can't be the same line, though. That'd be fucking ridiculous.
Is line A parallel to line A?
If any line that's parallel to line A would be parallel to line A, yeah.
Is line A parallel to line A?
Any line that's parallel to A. Do you know the geometric understanding of A? Parallel.
Yeah. Do you know whether line A is parallel to line A?
If you're generating a line that is parallel to A, yes.
Is line A parallel to line A?
Yeah, because the A line would be parallel to the A line. A is parallel.
Does line A intersect line A?
I wouldn't, definitely not, would it? Because it'd be parallel to A, wouldn't it?
But they lie on top of each other. They're the same line. Line A is the same line as itself, right? From the law of identity.
Well, the law of identity would be that A is parallel to B. That's just your opening
The law of
statement.
identity tells you
If A is parallel to B, then, right, now, where's A? Where is A?
I don't know where A is,
So
but we know wherever A is.
Wherever A is, it's
the
going
law
to
of
be
identity.
parallel to B. So therefore, wherever you put A, it will always be parallel to wherever you're going to put A, because it's going to be parallel to B. If you have an initial, if A is parallel to B.
Okay, if I give you line A, does line A intersect itself? If we just draw the same line back on top of itself.
If you're starting with A, then you would put B. Now, wherever you put B to be parallel with A, it will always be parallel to wherever you're going to put B. So B will always be parallel with B, and A will always be parallel with A. If you start off with B line, wherever you put A's, they will all be parallel to each other.
Does line A have any of the same points as line A?
Which one?
Line A. Does line A...
Are you starting off with line A?
Starting off with line A.
Okay.
Some line.
Okay, so we draw a line. We draw a line, A.
Draw a line.
Okay.
That line is called A.
Yes.
Now the question is, does line A have the same points?
We've just drawn line A. The relationship is if A is parallel to B. So we've done A, we've sorted A. Good. Now, where are you going to draw line B?
My question is line A, does that have any of the same points as line A?
Well, it depends. If you're going to draw B and say B is parallel to A, right, then what you could do is you could then refer to B and say any line parallel to B will be called A. And so you can call another line parallel to B A. Now, that A will be parallel to the first A that you started off with, wouldn't it?
Is line A parallel to itself, though?
It would be parallel to any other line marked A or B within the statement if A is parallel to B. Yes, parallel.
So line A is parallel to itself, even though it intersects itself?
No, line A would be parallel to a line marked A that is parallel to B, as in the statement. If A
so
is
we draw
parallel
line
to
A,
B,
and we draw some other line B. They're not the same line, okay? But they're
we've got Darren and this guy is Spooky talking to us about t-shirt logic. Now, this is something that we did for t-shirts. Now, we knew that this is going to be tricky for a certain group of people within the understanding of how you deal with geometric statements like this. And this is sort of a mathematical statement around geometric terms. So it does become hard for you to be able to write it, condense it down into some symbols to put on a t-shirt. That t-shirt then causes conversation. The conversations don't always go like this. But more often than not, the people that seem to be upset about it have a pretty big problem about what they're trying to say, but I don't really understand what they're trying to say.
Did he say that? Did he ask the question? Did I hear correctly? If a straight line is parallel to itself?
Yeah, that's what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that the A within the statement, if A, then A is parallel to A, implies that the A is the same line and it is parallel to itself, which is a little bit ridiculous, but this is how sophists work, right? They try and revert it back onto as though there's something wrong with the statement rather than the discussion and the discourse that occurs around the subject. What they try and do is just say that it's wrong somehow rather than have the discussion about it. Well, I'm all up for the discussion, but for somebody to say that I keep saying that a line is parallel to itself is a blatant lie, because it can't be.
That's the new tactic they have now, I noticed. That's one of their new tactics. Like earlier today, I asked somebody, let's say you're pulling a rope, right? Are the vectors the same? In other words, I asked them, is down, in your fantasy, right, is down different vectors? Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And instead of saying yes or no, what's a vector? Does it have magnitude? Is it this? This is their new tactic. They won't address the subject. They try to like wiggle around, like what is one? What is a derivative? You know, that's their new tactics.
Yeah. Like Spooky's just wrote there in the chat. All horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Mm-hmm. The plane of the horizon is horizontal. And a plane is not parallel to itself. Yeah, you're right. All of those things apply, Spooky. All horizontal planes will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's the object that you're talking about.
Are all horizontals parallel? Ask him that. Are all horizontals parallel?
No, that's it. That's the implication from those statements that he's just made. But you noticed he says that you say it. I mean, yeah, I do. I do say that. You're right. Lol, he just said it again. Yeah, I do. I'll say it again. All horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Yes. The plane of the horizon is horizontal. Yes. If all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then the plane of the horizon is also a horizontal plane. A plane is not parallel to itself. No, can't be. But all horizontal planes are parallel to all other horizontal planes. Yes, definitely. And I think it's funny. Take it as a joke. Tell it at all of your the best Blue Marble Science comedy nights. Tell it out there. I'm sure you'll get a right laugh.
Parallel, right? Is line A parallel to itself?
No.
Then why do you have it written in your theorem?
Because A would be parallel to any other line marked as A. Within the relationship is A is parallel to B. You can place A anywhere within that relationship.
Itself. Mm-hmm. And in your theorem, it says that A is parallel to itself. That seems to violate the law of identity, what you're doing.
It doesn't say that A is parallel to itself. I'll just say that again. Because A cannot be parallel to itself. Although this guy seems to think that that's what it states. But if A is parallel to B, obviously, you make the line B, and then you can place A anywhere. Anytime you would place an A that would be parallel to B, that would make any of those lines that you place that would be parallel to B label as A, and they would be parallel to each other. I mean, it sounds like a bit of a tautology, to be honest. But it's just t-shirt logic, something to write down on a thing and to cause these discussions. Interesting. It seems to, doesn't it? Until you actually have a conversation about it and you realise parallels. You have a little bit of a geometric
You just said that A
conversation.
is not parallel to A.
A is parallel within the relationship. Can you see? Hear this? Wait, listen. Try this again. If A is parallel to B, that's your opening statement,
right?
Yep. Then it goes on to say, then any line A will be parallel to any line A, and any line B will be parallel to any line B.
But that's false because we just said that line A is not parallel to line A.
Why? Where did you put? You always put line A in exactly the same place, do you? So he said he's claimed that that's false. Why? Because he wants to consider A to be the same straight line every time. Therefore, he can't have parallels. So that's the way he's sophisticatedly got around this. That just by saying that the A is the same thing. Doesn't understand that the relationship is parallel and how parallels work geometrically. Whenever you hear parallel to B, you always do exactly the same thing, and you say, well, that can only be parallel to itself. You can't imagine another line that's parallel to B anywhere else other than where you put the original line A.
But line A is not parallel to itself, right?
It would be parallel to any other line that you label A, that is parallel to a line.
But that's not what your proof says. Your proof says line A is parallel to itself.
The proof. So you can't say that's not what your proof says, because you did just call it a proof. Logical proof, apparently. He called it that. You might have been mistaken. You've just called it a proof. But you're saying it can't be a proof.
Is that better?
Well, no, you're trying to rebut it, aren't you? So you're rebutting.
Yeah, I am showing that your proof is garbage. Yep.
Nice. It's just a bit of t-shirt logic we did.
It's not logic.
Well, nobody claimed it to be a proof. It was literally just some letters and symbols that we put together to put on a t-shirt. Call it t-shirt logic. Simplifying an argument, it's simply enough for you to be able to put it on a t-shirt. It does get a little bit complicated through the logical system and the geometric understanding of it, but at least it starts the conversation. And you notice that this guy's stuck on the A part. He doesn't really want to get involved in the all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Who is this guy?
This is Spooky December, but you might have heard of him before. He does sound very familiar, but I mean, he may have one of those generic voices that you do hear a lot of within this sophistry.
Sounds a bit like Lewis.
Bob's son.
Yeah, that Lewis.
Well, that's not logic.
No.
And then, because the next bit is the one that says, if horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, then horizontal is parallel to horizontal.
Yeah, your whole proof is invalid. It's not just unsound, it's also invalid.
Wow.
Because we're talking about the Euclidean meaning of parallel, right? So if two lines intersect, then they're not parallel, right?
I don't know. Is that sounds like a backwards? Do you want the definition of parallel, or?
Yes, go for it.
No, do you not know? You don't know your definition of parallel.
I do know it, okay. But if you want to produce it, we'll make sure we agree.
No, well, you tell us yours first, and then I'll see.
Two lines are parallel if they do not intersect.
Ooh. Just quickly, anyone agree? Disagree with Spooky's definition here? Anyone? Two lines are parallel if they do not meet. Is that what he said? Do you want to just check? That sounds like a back. Sorry, go on, paper.
It implies that they are on the same plane.
Oh,
Because you cannot. Yes.
yeah. Well done. Listen to him again. Do you want the definition of parallel or?
Yes, go for it.
No, do you not know? Well, you don't know your definition of parallel.
I do know it, but
Okay.
if you want to
Well,
produce it, we'll make sure we agree.
No, well, you tell us yours first, and then I'll see.
Two lines
whether
are
we
parallel
confer.
if they do not intersect.
Two lines are parallel if they do not intersect. Anyone agree or disagree?
Generally, I agree, because you can have two lines not being parallel, and they can be not intersecting.
Yeah, so I wouldn't agree with that. You can have two lines that are perpendicular and they don't have to intersect.
Yes.
So that's not what parallel is. That's not a definition of parallel. It's missed out a vital component, which is what you've mentioned already, which I think is an Easter egg from Euclid. Incidentally, here we go. Ooh. Is that one of the modern versions? They cut a bit out.
No.
Parallel straight lines are such as in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet.
Perfect. I love it.
But yours is a bit different, isn't it?
The modern definition?
Well, if that's what you said.
Oh, I just said I omitted the part where they're in the same plane.
Yeah, because you could actually have them being perpendicular, couldn't you? But just...
By putting them in different planes?
Yeah, they'd never meet, would they?
You're right. If you're operating in more than 2D, you need to add the part about them being in the same plane. Euclid's definition is more general. In 2D, they happen to be the same. But
isn't that
Euclid's
weird? Did you hear that? That was a massive contradiction there. Massive. Don't know whether he spotted it himself. Go over it again.
More general in 2D.
There we go.
You need to add the part about them being in the same plane. Euclid's definition is more general.
So Euclid's definition is more general, despite having more information in it.
No. More general, it means that less specific. And his definition is specific because it is considering plane.
Which is
more
extremely different.
Yes, so it is not that this is more general. It is less general. It is specific.
It's Euclid's definition that defines the plane in definition 5. Yet this is definition 35. And somehow it still includes the plane. Why? Why did Euclid include the plane within this definition in book 1?
Because otherwise he would fall into contradiction, because we can have as we said,
not within book 1, right?
Yes, of
because
course.
book 1, like, you would have to say the same thing for a triangle, but he doesn't say that for the definition of a triangle because it's already been defined within book 1. But for some reason, Euclid decides to include on the same plane within the definition of parallel. I think, like I say, This is an Easter egg. Because Euclid knows that if he includes on the same plane, then this parallel relationship extends into the other planes being parallel. Specifically, this one talks about the lines on the same plane, whereas it extends in book 11 to the planes being parallel directly from this relationship. So whereas Spooky decided to call this he decided to omit on the plane, Euclid added it where there was no reason for Euclid to add it. And Spooky decided to leave it out when there was a specific reason that he wanted to leave it out. He wanted to omit it. Both for completely obvious reasons. Euclid wanted to be more specific, and Spooky wanted to be less specific, vague, let's say, within his definition of... But I mean, it's modern mathematics. It's just like our friend Flat Earth Math wanted to omit the center of the circle. This guy wants to omit the plane from parallel because he's implied 2D thinking, which obviously Euclid wasn't. Euclid had his mind on 3D all the time. Obviously, he wouldn't have needed to include parallel on the plane, would he?
Yeah, for me, because if I would have objection, then I would say that Euclid also just discovered that that would be objection, because you can have not parallel lines on different parallel planes and they will not intersect. So this is obvious.
Yeah, it's like a reverse Bedy's cross, isn't it? Whereas Bedy, we were talking about all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon, implying horizontal planes. Whereas Bedy wanted to put two lines on a plane and say that they weren't parallel. Very similar sort of logical construction, but sophisticated logical construction. A reverse Bedy. But Euclid was wise to it. Euclid had these guys covered thousands of years ago, supposedly.
In 2D, they happen to be the same. But
isn't that weird that he adds the plane in the definitions before solid geometry? Isn't that weird? That he added
I guess,
parallel straight lines, like, because you forgot about that completely. It was like Euclid thinking about reality and you actually thinking in 2D, 2D thinking.
Yeah.
Well done, Spooky. Thank you very much. Honesty. I don't know whether that was him in aporia and he didn't know what he was saying there, but thank you very much. Being honest. Big up, Euclid.
So from this, we know that a line is not parallel to itself because a line intersects itself, right?
A line is itself. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you want to hear that
Did he
again?
just really say that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't forget, he's just admitted that Euclid was thinking in 3D when he wrote the definition of parallel lines, and he was actually thinking in 2D when he gave his definition. He just admitted to it. Listen to it again. He'll probably say he didn't, but listen.
By putting them in different planes?
Yeah, they'd never meet, would they?
You're right. If you're operating in more than 2D, you need to add the part about them being in the same plane. Euclid's definition is more general. In 2D, they happen to be the same. But
Isn't that
Euclid's
weird
is
that he
perfect.
adds the
agree with
plane in the definitions before solid geometry? Isn't that weird? That he added
I
the
guess,
parallel
yeah.
straight lines, like, because you forgot about that completely. It was like Euclid thinking about reality and you actually thinking in 2D, 2D thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. He admitted to 2D thinking, whereas Euclid, writing the definitions in book 1, was actually thinking about 3D. It was actually there right at the very beginning within the definitions. There's a 3D reality. Book 11. Wrote into book 1. Who'd have thunk it? Thank you very much, Spooky. It's good to have these conversations. Big up Euclid.
So from this, we know that a line is not parallel to itself because a line intersects itself, right?
I can't get over that statement. You should make a clip on that one.
There we go.
So from this, we know that a line is not parallel to itself because a line intersects itself, right?
That doesn't see when I hear that statement. Who does this sound like? Clid?
So from this, we know that a line is not parallel to itself because a line intersects itself, right?
Doesn't half sound like Brenda. I know you say it sounds like Louis, but
Yeah, to me that's Lewis, like, or Lewis's brother or something. Yeah.
sounds like Brenda. To me.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, just the way it's spoken.
Maybe the style,
Yeah.
but yeah, but not the voice. I don't know. There's some nice voice changes around today, so.
But still, his statement is false because intersecting means at one point. So if you are intersecting one line with another line, you are dividing this intersected line into two sections. And if he's saying that line is intersecting itself, it means that he is erasing this line completely.
Yeah,
Because-
have you not heard of the tangent to a straight line? It's a blue marble scientific thing, or blue marble geometric thing. The tangent to a straight line. You can have a tangent to itself. Shout out Science It Out and B-Ball for Life. That's a video we have where those two discuss that very thing. Yeah, this is most people will think I'm crazy, but yeah, that's what these guys have said. The tangent to a straight line is a thing that occurs in their minds. So I don't know what he's talking about there. Well, I mean, it's just a load of bullshit. Listen to it again. Here we go. Clid?
So from this, we know that a line is not parallel to itself because a line intersects itself, right?
So we know. Well, that's not the reason we know that a line can't be parallel with itself, because it's a stupid statement.
How can a freaking line be parallel to itself? Like, seriously?
Mm-hmm. He'll go around claiming that he's taught you that now, though. That you didn't know that before he said it. I
hope he does.
Yeah.
I really hope he says it again. Yeah.
A line is itself. I don't know what you're talking about.
Two lines intersect if they share at least one point, right?
Well, are you talking about parallel lines?
Talking about whether lines intersect. if two lines share a point, they intersect, right?
You need to have it. Look, it says parallel straight lines.
Right. So we could have line A.
So it
And we
definitely
can have-
can't be talking about the same fucking line, can it? It's got lines. Like, what?
So if
You
you-
definitely wouldn't think that the A that's parallel with A is the same fucking line, would you? That'd be fucking ridiculous, man.
line A being parallel to line A, it sounds like you're saying that a line is parallel to itself.
Yeah, it sounds like you've got a fundamental misunderstanding of
Sounds
how
like you
geometry
don't know what
works.
you're saying, is what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
So if the definition of parallel straight lines would definitely state that you need more than one. It's like perpendicular. There's more than one line needed for you to have that geometric relationship. This is where I think he's having a problem. He's seeing an A and just thinking that that implies the A, but I mean, he does the and thinks it's the same thing, but I don't know.
I think you can understand this in grade 4, maybe grade 3. No? Like, this is astonishing, this.
Well, I mean, if you listen to him, the way he's saying, it's like we're saying something and he's saying it can't be true, rather than the way it actually is that he's saying a stupid thing and then saying that can't be true. This is the new sophistry where these conversations occur. Don't forget, this guy came in asking us about a straight line going from left to right. And look at where we are now. Just a string of incoherent geometric statements, false logical statements, contradictions.
Pure sophistry. Pure sophistry.
Load of blank space. Sounds like I don't understand. You reckon?
You've written some stuff down and you don't know what it is that you wrote down.
It's t-shirt logic.
Exactly.
Yeah. To get logic down on a t-shirt.
Well, you've written that A is
Yeah.
parallel to A.
Yeah. And like you've just said, it definitely, absolutely cannot be the same line, can it? Because then it wouldn't have a chance of being parallel. So it must be
And that's what you wrote down.
Yeah.
So you wrote down a wrong proof.
No. It's just the A parallel to B. Once you understand logic, and you'll understand, especially this is geometric logic, very simple. About as simple as you can be. But it does bring around a decent conversation, doesn't it?
I mean, I like talking about it.
Mm-hmm. About a straight line not being
About
parallel
logic
with
in
itself,
general.
obviously, because it couldn't be.
But
Could
your
it?
proof says that line A is parallel to line A.
Yeah, using the if
A refers to the same line both times. That's how.
Well, it shows that the A is referring to the B to be parallel, and the B could be anywhere. Conceptually, in your mind, it could go anywhere, and B would always be parallel to wherever you decide B to be.
The law of identity.
Depends which way round you want to do it. You can do it as a check.
Wherever A is wherever A is. That's the law of identity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You got the same name. You're using it over and over. It must refer to the same thing.
Yeah. Like horizontal.
Horizontal is the name of some property, right?
Mm-hmm. And
the same property every time.
Horizon. Always the same thing, right?
It means
there are your two lines. You've got the horizontal,
to the local horizon.
Yeah, you've got horizontal that's a constant, and you've got the plane of the horizon that's also a constant. There are your two. There's your A and your B. Let's say
the plane of the horizon is not a constant. The horizon is different everywhere.
But let's say A is horizontal, and B is the plane of the horizon. Now, could horizontal be parallel to horizontal?
It could be.
We see we're just replacing A with horizontal. And you say that's okay, but you're not saying it's the same horizontal, are you? I mean, no. So, but that's the way that the A is the simplification of horizontal, and B is the simplification of the plane of the horizon.
If you're going to say something is true in your proof, it has to always be true. What you have here is something that's true for some lines being parallel to some other lines, but it's not true all the time, right? Because a horizontal plane is not parallel to itself, but that's a horizontal plane and a horizontal plane.
Yeah. You see where the and is coming in now. He's saying a horizontal plane is always parallel to a horizontal plane, except for when you say the horizontal plane is the same horizontal plane, and then it can't be parallel to itself. So the way of him getting around the fact that horizontals can't all be parallel to each other is the fact that you're talking about the same one. I mean, that's clever, logically. I mean, genius, isn't it?
But still, if we have horizon parallel to each not at the same location, it's still this statement that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. It is still valid, because of course you can have horizon higher or lower visually, or even with the vertical datum changing with horizon. So it is still plane of the horizon if it is, even if it is moving up and down. It is still parallel to horizontal lines.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a simple geometric statement wrote to simplify logic, to put it on a t-shirt. Obviously, they've all had problems with it.
Whatever you want. Yeah.
Hot mic, I see.
Oh, sorry about that.
No problem. Yeah, but all the horizontal planes are always parallel to each other.
Not if they're the same horizontal plane, for example.
There you go. At least, I think, he's not really trying to attempt the argument that horizontal planes aren't parallel to each other. Listen how he's trying to get around it, though.
Not if they're the same horizontal plane, for example.
Well, that's a really weird disqualifier, isn't it? Do you like that? What do you reckon about that, sophist? All horizontal planes are parallel to each other, aren't they? And he says, not if they're the same horizontal plane. Sophistry.
Oh, yeah.
Do you like that on paper?
This contradiction, because I really don't understand, because if he's talking about the same plane, so of course horizontal planes are parallel to that one. So if he's saying that not, I cannot process that, because it doesn't make any sense for me, what he said.
When you say all horizontal planes are parallel to one another, he says, not if you take the S off your original statement. Which
he reverted back to one
fucking statement. Yeah. Not if you say your original statement differently, which again, sophistry, blatant sophistry. If you can't see that, then be prepared to be fooled every time you ever go into any room. He's just changing the original statement. Like a true sophist. Blue marble sophistry. I mean, why are you saying that? Obviously, if it's the same horizontal plane, you can't have it being parallel to something because there's nothing to refer it to. You've only got the one.
So your proof is wrong.
No, because all horizontals, not again, he called it a proof. He called it a proof. I just called it t-shirt logic. One, implying more than one in order for parallel to occur. It implies more than one. So it's saying that you one. That's a really weird way of getting around it.
You've got A. A is some horizontal plane, right?
A is horizontal, yeah? Let's refer A to being horizontal and B to being the plane of the horizon.
It's not a plane. Horizontal is a whole category of planes, right?
As A is within this logical statement. Well, A is the categories of A, and we can just replace it with horizontal.
There's no parallel relation defined for an entire category of planes.
Horizontals, yeah, there is.
No, there isn't.
Within this mathematical statement, yeah.
What does it mean for a category of planes to be perpendicular to a category of planes?
Well, all the horizontal planes will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's a guarantee, isn't it?
What if the horizontal plane we're talking about is the plane of the horizon?
Well, you can imply that the plane of the horizon is horizontal, right?
Okay.
Are you saying that you are specifically talking about the horizontal plane of the horizon? Then you could infer that as being A or B, right? Because then you could say all horizontals, either the A, right, or they would all be parallel to it. Or you could say that the plane of the horizon is actually the B. So therefore A, another horizontal, would be parallel to the plane of the horizon. A is parallel to B.
Are you saying that all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon? Is that true or not true?
Yeah, that's definitely true, isn't it?
Okay, is the plane of the horizon a horizontal plane?
It sounds like it. If all of the horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon, you can imply that the plane of the horizon is indeed a horizontal plane. Yes.
Okay. And so we have the plane of the horizon is a horizontal plane. We have all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon, right? We have both of those?
Sounds like it, yeah. You can imply that, can't you?
So do we have the plane of the horizon is parallel to the plane of the horizon?
See, what's he doing again? I mean, this is some weird sophistry, isn't it? Like the statement isn't that the plane of the horizon is parallel to the plane of the horizon. I don't know where he's getting that from, or he's trying to come up with some qualifier that he thinks will disprove the statement that all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
He's referring to his trick with this straight line, which is parallel to each other, to itself.
Mm-hmm.
So he thinks that he disproved your statement about this A and A. So now he's trying the same thing with horizon.
Yeah, I know what's happening and what's occurring is spooky. If you're still listening, hope it's going well for you over there at the Blue Marble Science Academy. But the idea is that he's telling them over there that there is a contradiction inbuilt into this statement. And this is the contradiction where we're implying that a plane is parallel to itself for some reason. That's what he thinks anyway. Through these questions that he's asking, he thinks he's got a gotcha. Which I would say, if you want to come and have a conversation about these contradictions that you think there is within these statements, then please come over and have a conversation with it about it. Particularly, I'd be well happy to talk about that. Logic night or not, it doesn't really matter. No, it's the same thing, isn't it?
Okay, I'm going to type it out just to make sure we're damn sure we're saying the same thing. It'll
Here
take
we
me
go.
about 1 minute.
Jolly good. I don't know what you're getting at, really, but hey, it's a good mathematical, simple logic. T-shirt logic. This is one of the ones without DP on it. That one. Just in case you want to get it. Put it on a t-shirt. Make some money out of it like DP did. Just simple logic.
Well,
They're triggered over on blues.
Yeah, pardon?
Yeah, your bot deleted it.
Deleted yours?
Yeah, I guess it doesn't let you type more than 2 or 3 sentences or something.
Duplicated text, it says.
Yeah.
What would that be?
I don't know. I wasn't typing duplicated text, so I have no idea.
Got a strict bot. Can sniff out bullshit. So you have a problem. Do you reckon you'd ever find a black swan? A black swan being the outlier, the one that disproves the statement. Do you reckon there would
Not for a
ever be a
definition.
horizontal that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon?
You can't have a black swan for a definition, right?
This isn't a definition. You called
So,
it a proof
black
earlier.
swan
Now you
is
do
the
proofs
plane of the
aren't
horizon
definitions.
itself.
You want to make is it a definition or is it a proof? This
Well, I'm proving that your proof is invalid.
right, so it's not a
Steve
definition
defines-
then. He's saying it's a proof again now. Like, what's going on? Does he know what he's talking about? Is he going to call it a definition? Is he going to call it a proof? Is he going to go back on calling it a definition and then call it a proof just after he's called it a definition?
Maybe he is confusing definition with proof.
Yeah. Yeah. Sophists do tend to have a tricky job whenever they start practicing sophistry, because they have to remember of all of the shortcuts and steps and hurdles that they've missed. So what they do is then they get confused and they have to resort to this type of sophistry when it starts going wrong, I think, about this sort of time. You just called it a definition.
You asked. I thought you were asking if we can disprove definitions.
No. I was asking if you can disprove this logical statement, the one that says that all horizontals will be parallel to the plane of the horizon, making all horizontals parallel with each other.
Yes, I can disprove that given your definitions.
Definitions of what?
Of parallel and horizontal plane.
There you go. He can disprove horizontals being parallel through the use of a definition.
He said your definition.
Yeah.
He's using your definition.
He's doing quite well, isn't he? To disprove horizontal planes being parallel because of his understanding of my definition of horizontal
Yes,
plane. Oh,
brave.
that is very good. That. Do you want to hear that again, just to make sure? Definitions of what?
Of parallel and horizontal plane.
So my definition of parallel and definition of horizontal plane. Isn't that really weird, seeing as Chaiki spent so long on horizontal and spent so long yesterday telling everybody that my definition of a horizontal plane was wrong. So that helps these guys, supposedly, disprove horizontals being parallel. Blue Marble Science, taking on that. They're a special group of people. Especially when they disprove mathematical logical statements like this, using other people's definitions, or their confusion about other people's definitions, or their ignorance of other people's definitions of things. Their ignorance of the actual thing that's being defined. It's pretty impressive what the Blue Marble scientists can do within their Blue Marble scientific method. Very impressive. Did I have a definition of a horizontal plane? Let's hear your definition of a horizontal plane then, before you...
You said that a horizontal plane is a plane that is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
You also said that the plane of the horizon is a horizontal plane.
Yeah, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then the plane of the horizon must be a horizontal plane. Yeah.
And
there you go. It's good. Do you like do you like the way he's building it up so far? Seems to be hitting the nail on the head with all of these facts so far. Just need to have the conclusion now.
And you also say that a plane is not parallel to itself.
Cannot be parallel to itself.
So the plane of the horizon must not be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Well, do you know why it can't be parallel? Because the definition of parallel states within the same plane, 2 lines. So you can't imply the plane from a statement, a definition that says within a plane. Do you like that? Definition of parallel lines lie within a plane. So you can't say that that disproves the plane of the horizon being parallel to the plane of the horizon. You'd have to go to parallel planes, wouldn't you, in order to disprove that, the definition. You wouldn't go to parallel straight lines within a plane to prove that the plane isn't parallel to itself. I mean, slightly ridiculous, but...
Yes, and by the way, he's talking about, in fact, he's talking about horizontal and plane of the horizon. But horizon is horizontal. It is property of this plane that is in horizontal orientation by itself. It establishes horizontal orientation as a reference. So I don't know where he is going with that, because it doesn't mean that the horizontal plane is parallel to itself, or the horizon plane of the horizon is parallel to itself. It doesn't mean that. It is just property of the horizon, that it is horizontal.
Yep, that's the way they deal with this sort of stuff. He's obviously one of their top sophists, and this is a specialist job, I think. Spooky came over to do this. I hope you Blue Marble scientists feel proud of him, because he's doing the best job he can. He's just, I don't know. Geometry is a hard thing to practice sophistry around. He's doing his best. Don't be upset at him, Blue Marble scientists. Don't be reprimanding him or anything. Don't be upset. He did a very good job. He's still trying. Can you?
Let me
The
say hi
very
to the boys
definition of
over.
parallel. Go on. Sorry. Go on.
I was just gonna say hi to the boys over at Blue Marble Science. They're listening to us. They
Yeah.
tagged me, so yeah.
Is he
Hello,
live
guys.
streaming it? Blue, are you live streaming it? Any of your boys live streaming it? No, are you just listening to it in the chat or something? Good on you. Thanks for getting involved in this. This is pretty helpful to us. Thank you. Self excludes the chance of the plane being parallel with itself because it's talking about lines within a plane.
That was a definition of parallel lines. If we want to apply the label parallel to planes, we need to expand our definition.
So then you'd have to have parallel planes, wouldn't you? Excluding the singular. I think he's in aporia right about now. A plane cannot be parallel to
Can you
itself.
find the
better put that.
contradiction? So I posted the 3 things that you've now agreed to several times in these exact words. Can you find how this is contradictory?
Where did the plane of the horizon is parallel as a statement come from? Where did you generate that one from?
Good catch. That was a typo. The plane of the horizon is horizontal. That's what I meant to type, and I changed it.
I'd say if all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon, you can make 2 implications from that statement. You can reason 2. One, that all horizontals are parallel to each other. All horizontal planes, obviously, are parallel to each other.
Already doesn't follow, which is fun.
What?
But I just want you to see if you can find the contradiction in what
He doesn't think that all horizontal planes being parallel follows from the statement if all horizontal are parallel to the plane of the horizon. I don't know why he doesn't think that, but I guess that's just geometric ignorance.
what you've got right here with those 3 statements. Can you find the contradiction?
I'll say, if all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then 2 implications. 1, all horizontal planes are parallel to each other, and 2, the plane of the horizon is horizontal. They're the 2 things you can get out of that statement.
Okay. Does that contradict the 3rd statement, that a plane is not parallel to itself?
A plane cannot be parallel to itself, by definition.
Okay. So you said that all planes that are parallel to the plane of the horizon are horizontal, right?
Yep.
You have the plane of the horizon is horizontal also, right? That's true,
Must
right?
be, yes.
But you have a plane is not parallel to itself.
Cannot be parallel to itself, yes.
Do you not see how you've got the plane of the horizon is both horizontal and therefore parallel to the plane of the horizon, and is not parallel to the plane of the horizon because it's not parallel to itself?
Do you see it? Do you like the and? Like the way he's added that logical and in there?
Yes, but plane of the horizon is horizontal. It doesn't mean this is property of this plane of the horizon. It doesn't mean that horizontal plane of the horizon is parallel to itself, because this horizontal plane of the horizon, this is the same thing. So he's trying to divide horizontal plane of the horizon, which is tautological, but still it is talking about same thing, horizontal plane of the horizon. So this is just description of plane of the horizon. Tautological, yes, because you don't need to add that. It's like flat plane, similar issue. Horizon is horizontal. So, and this is property of this thing, this one thing, horizon, this plane of the horizon. So it doesn't mean that it is parallel to itself. Non sequitur.
Yeah, he's got mixed up, hasn't he? He tried to feed a logical statement, the implication from the conclusion. He's tried to feed that back into the original statement. It's crazy how somebody would do that. But hey, this is Blue Marble sophistry. Modern day sophistry, sorry.
Do they think A can equal B?
Sorry?
Is that, are they trying to imply that A can equal B?
Well, I don't know.
They're asking these
He's
questions. Like,
trying to get A to be itself, to feed it back into the. He's trying to get a conclusion at the end that the plane of the horizon is horizontal, and then he's trying to feed that back into the statement that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. And he's saying that the horizontal plane of the horizon is parallel to the horizontal plane of the horizon, the same thing. He's feeding it back into itself, sort of causing a logical feedback loop.
so that's why they think they have a winner with can A equal B?
He thinks it's a contradiction, that
Yeah.
he's implied a contradiction into the original statement, but he doesn't realize that he's made the contradiction himself. It's not there.
And he doesn't realize that plane of the horizon is horizontal plane. They are the same thing.
They think they have a gotcha. Why don't you come on the show, guys? Come
He's
and ask
already
me
done
on the
it. He's
show.
been asking he's been playing over at Blue Marble Science. He's convinced them all, even Wally, that there's a contradiction. There's an internal contradiction built into this, but it's not there. It's not
He's
there
typing
unless you
it
put
in
it
chat.
in. Yeah.
Yes,
Only-
Spooky. I'm challenging you right now. Come in the show right now. Ask me that question live on the show right now if you think you got something. Come on.
Let's
Challenge you.
get this over, because this it gets worse and worse. Do you want to come in, Paper?
I would say that horizontal plane is the same as plane of the horizon, but it is not movable. You cannot move. You can move horizontal as horizon, but you cannot move this original horizontal plane, which is horizon, because it is described by real horizon in reality. So you cannot move that up and down. But horizontal, being parallel to the plane of the horizon, this original horizontal plane, you can move it up and down in this position.
Yeah,
So that's the difference.
That's why we had the A and the B, the within the logical statement. I mean, it goes way deeper than that. There are more mathematical proofs to go along with the statement, but I mean, we were trying to simplify it to put it on t-shirt. You can't really place large mathematical complicated sequences if you're trying to make it on a t-shirt logic, so it's okay. Don't worry about it, guys. Make your own. Like we said, if you want to disprove it, show us the black swan that disproves it. That's a simple way of doing it. Rather than talking about stupid contradictions that you're trying to make up yourself. Show us the black swan, please. Well, the fact that the plane of the horizon is horizontal is an implication from the statement if all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay, do you see how you're saying that the plane of the horizon is parallel to the plane of the horizon?
No, I'm not saying that. I say that'd be
That's
fucking
your definition of horizontal, right?
stupid. No. But see, what's he saying? It's sophistry, but this is the horrible side of sophistry that you see in these chat rooms. And if you're inexperienced and you enter these rooms, this is what the sort of stuff that you're going to get. You're going to meet people like this, and they're going to be having non-arguments just like this. And you just have to deal with them. Well, not here on the level. You don't have to deal with that sort of stuff. It's not often that these guys come around here. This is A-grade sophistry. Modern day sophistry. Blue marble sophistry. No, I think you're fucked up somehow. I don't know what's going on inside your head. How you're implying that. Do you have a problem with all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Okay.
Do you have
If
a
all-
do you
we-
have
we
do
can use
you
that
have a
definition.
problem with
That's the
that? Is that
definition I
okay
want
for
to
you?
apply. That's a definition we can use.
Sophistry. I just asked him one question. Don't know how many questions he's been asking me. I asked him one question. Does he have a problem with something?
That's
It's not a definition. It's a statement within. It's within logic, right?
It's a definition.
Yeah. Go on.
It's a definition.
You do understand that, though. If P, then Q, right? Have you heard of that formulation within logic?
Sure.
Right. Okay. So if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, that's if.
If.
Yeah. Then all horizontals are parallel to each other, or the plane of the horizon is a horizontal plane.
Okay.
There you go.
So are all horizontal planes parallel to the plane of the horizon?
I've been looking, right? And as yet,
There
is no black swan. I can't find a horizontal that is not parallel to the plane of the horizon. And believe me, I've been looking. I was thinking of doing a GoFundMe. So we could go on a world tour to go and see if we can ever find one somewhere. And there may be one somewhere. I hope it's got a really nice beach.
I know
reportedly. Have you ever heard of a
spatial reasoning at all?
Have you ever heard of a horizontal that's not parallel to the plane of the horizon? Hawaii, somewhere like that.
The thing is, you can have different planes of the horizon in different places,
and
right?
Horizontals would always be parallel to them, as far as I know.
Locally, yes.
Good.
But if you establish a plane that is parallel to a different plane of the horizon, those horizontal planes will not be parallel to the planes that are parallel to a plane that you've already established in a previous place.
Like one at 90 degrees.
Sure, if the planes of the horizon are 90 degrees off from each other,
yeah,
then the parallel horizontal planes will also be off by 90 degrees.
The planes of the horizon at 90 degrees to each other. I mean, that's fantastic, isn't it? Well done.
Yes. So he is destroying this plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
It cannot be plane.
He doesn't realize it, though. He's looking for a black swan. And if he can put planes of the horizons at 90 degrees to each other, then he can put horizontal planes at 90 degrees to each other. Even though that would be a vertical plane, but let's forget about that. Geometrically illiterate or geometrically ignorant? What do you reckon?
No, I would say that not prudent because he cannot see immediately implications of his statement.
Yeah.
So he's just not cautious.
Ignorant or illiterate? Which one? What would you put it down to? I would say, knowing how we've been dealing with Euclid, I would say this guy is geometrically ignorant. Right? He's never even looked into geometry and how it works. In that sort of way, the basics, advanced simplicity.
Yes, I would say that he doesn't understand logic of geometry.
Yeah.
He cannot make implications. He cannot see implications.
Yeah, I think he's stuck on a bridge, right? He's stuck really early on and he can't get over that bridge. So he doesn't have an understanding of the development of how geometry teaches you things, I think. Decided to put all of his eggs in the sophistry basket. Let's see. Are you sure? Because I can turn 90 degrees and look at the plane of the horizon at like 90 degrees from me. Right, and that won't make the planes of the horizon at 90 degrees to each other.
Because when you turned, so did the plane of the horizon turned when you turned, right? Relative to you.
It's the same
and so
plane
did
of
all
the
of the
horizon,
horizontal
isn't it?
planes.
Hmm.
All the same planes are still parallel to the same plane of the horizon, right?
Yeah,
Just 'cause you
all
turned-
horizontals were still parallel. I know, I've been looking.
But if you go to a different place on Earth and you get a different horizon.
I did. And guess what? All of the horizontals there were parallel to it.
Of course.
Freaky
But
as fuck, isn't it?
the horizontal planes from the first place are not parallel to the horizontal planes from the second place. You didn't check that.
How would you
part.
know?
You
Every step of the way, I've done it for quite a bit. Every step of the way, right? Along the way. All of the horizontal planes were always parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Every step of the way,
Yeah.
you're getting a new horizon, a new plane of the horizon, and a new set of parallels to that plane of the horizon.
What do you reckon to that? A new plane of the horizon and a new set of horizontals for every step you take.
It is vague statement, but it is not untrue immediately, because you can have different horizon at different place, but it doesn't imply that they would be not parallel to each other. And so far, he is not saying that they will be not parallel yet. But this is vague statement. Very vague.
But they were also parallel to the previous
You didn't check
horizontals.
that.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Not with enough precision to actually check it.
What precision would you imagine is needed?
You would need
Check.
enough precision to tell the difference between no change in angle every 69 miles versus 1 degree in change per 69 miles.
1 degree in change of what?
Of the angle of these horizontal planes relative to each other. So if you start in one spot, you establish a horizontal plane, and it has some orientation, some absolute orientation.
Horizontal.
Then you travel to a place that's 69 miles away, and you establish
along the horizontal.
You have a new plane of the horizon.
Could we travel along the horizontal?
You travel along the Earth, so we don't know if that's horizontal.
But that 69 miles that you're talking about, that was a horizontal distance, right?
That's a distance on the Earth. That could be horizontal. It might not be.
They are horizontal. Whenever they measure distances, they measure them horizontally, right?
We don't. That's what we're trying to find out. You're
no,
assuming.
Yes, we're trying to find out. No, I was telling him it's a fact, right? When they measure distances, they are horizontal distances or vertical for elevation purposes. Not all distances are measured horizontally. Obviously, the elevation isn't measured horizontally. But that's the way they measure things in reality, horizontally. Just like on a graph, they have your horizontal and vertical. Well, that's the way we measure things in reality. I don't think he understands that.
Saying that you're trying to find
I'm not
out.
assuming it. I'm just telling you that that's what they do.
No, that's what you're assuming. Okay, we want to figure that out. We want to prove that.
He says, I'm assuming that they measure distances horizontally, and he wants to prove it. He doesn't believe them. It may be a conspiracy. Maybe Spooky December is tapping into. He might be a conspiracy guy. He may think it's a conspiracy that straight lines are measured horizontally, the distances are measured horizontally. Like when you see on a map a mile distance, let's say, for scale, he may not believe that that's horizontal, but hey.
Yes, someone is cheating. So
Yeah.
they are drawing these horizontal lines and vertical lines, but they are hiding something.
Yeah.
They are hiding.
He thinks I have to prove it as well. Like, I don't know why he doesn't go and prove that it's not. Like, he could go and find his conspiracy. It's no good handing it on to me, Spooky. You should, if you want to find your conspiracy, go and look for it yourself.
You can assert
No.
that. It could even be true.
A mile is a straight line distance, right?
It could be. It doesn't have to be. You can have a distance along any path you like.
But a mile, 1 mile is a unit, and that line would be a straight line distance.
Not necessarily at all. You can run a mile in a loop. You can run around a track 4 times.
You could drop. Here we go. Another sophistry. We're talking about a straight line distance, horizontal distance, and he's talking about you could have it as a circle. Sophist.
Yes, you can.
Your sophistry.
Can have loop. Yes.
Yeah.
His distance is not length.
Distance is just a circle or something. Per mile, right, from the sky.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah. Would that be a 69-mile distance from A to B?
Would a mile be a 69-mile distance? Is that your question?
Would your mile drop straight down? Would that be like a distance, like you're talking about your 69 miles? Is that what you're talking about?
An angle difference. So
an
angle.
Difference in angle. 69 miles isn't an angle.
What?
69 miles isn't an angle.
I didn't say it's an angle.
Okay. So it's a straight line, is it?
No, it's a path. It's a path distance.
Okay.
We don't know if that path is a straight line or not.
So what are you referring your 69 miles to then?
How far you have to travel to get from point A to point B on the Earth.
Like up and down mountains and stuff like that?
No, we'll go like at a constant elevation.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, a horizontal.
You're assuming that a constant elevation is along a horizontal, but that's the thing that we're trying to...
Yeah, no slope. Why does he say you're assuming a constant elevation is a horizontal? It's not an assumption. It is.
Yes, he's going
sophistry
to curved level.
Yeah, blue marble scientist. I'm not. I'm saying that a straight line distance in reality is measured as a horizontal distance. That's known.
Yes, and this assuming that this distance is not a straight line, it's just begging the question. So he is not doing that yet. But at this point, when
are you sure though? Right, he's saying that I'm assuming the horizontal. That means that he's not assuming something, or is he like assuming something as well? Is he admitting to assuming something, or is he trying to push this assumption on me?
Yes. He's trying. So he's trying
Sophist.
not to make begging the question because he wants you to beg the question at some point.
Yeah. Sophist. Pure sophistry. And if you can't see that within these conversations, then that's why we do it. That's why we'll keep going over this. And we've got, like I say, we've got 3 videos. They're pretty much the same. And it's weird that SE said that this sounds like Lewis, because Lewis is one of the other ones. Bob's lad.
Well, it could be that we live on a globe. We don't know yet because we haven't worked.
All
yet.
of the horizontals, right? There's no slope to a horizontal, is there?
Not locally.
What's that mean? There's no slope to a horizontal, not locally. That's a bit of a weird qualifier, that, isn't it?
Yes. But still, he's not lying yet.
Yeah. Not locally.
Not locally. There could be if you travel out a bit.
There could be a slope to a horizontal if you travel out a bit. Now that, well, is it a lie? Is it sophistry?
No. Yes, sophistry, but because he is using could.
Yeah.
Not even if he would say can, it would be still not blatant lie.
Yeah. But what you've got to be careful of, listening to the sophistry, is when he's saying it could be a sloped horizontal, that's up to you. If you decide to take it on that he's saying that there actually could be a sloped horizontal, well, that's on you.
He's just saying that this is possible.
But it's not really possible to have a sloped horizontal.
Yes, but he's not saying that it is.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Yeah, but I mean, even saying that it is possible for you to have a sloped horizontal is sophistry on the highest level, right? Because he's placating a certain group of people that want to imagine that horizontals do slope.
Yes, that they could slope.
Yeah. Well, there are other people that do think that they do. Some people think that they actually curve. His dad.
Right?
This 69 miles.
If you establish a horizontal plane and extend it out forever in 2D,
69 miles.
For 69 miles.
To keep a zero elevation change with zero slope.
There could be an elevation change because we don't know that no elevation change means on a horizontal plane. We haven't.
Now, that is a lie.
Let's see it, babe.
Hot mic. Let's see.
I did it again, sorry.
Listen to it.
Because we don't know that no elevation change means on a horizontal plane. We haven't proven that.
Do you want to hear it again? Just to make sure?
Yes,
He's saying we don't know.
Yes, that's a lie because
we
know.
We know, yes. The problem there was the we. If he'd have said I, then we could have let him get away with that. But he said we, and in this conversation, the we infers me. And yes, I do know that a horizontal plane is how we measure an elevation change. So, yes, I do know that. And if anybody wants to have a conversation with us about that, feel free. Spooky, that was definitely a lie. I don't know who you're talking to there, but you definitely lie when you say this.
Because we don't know that no elevation change means on a horizontal plane. We haven't proven that.
You just said. Yes, we have. It's been established for a long time. A horizontal plane means there is no elevation change. Mathematically as well. And the 69 miles was a 0 elevation change because you didn't want us to go over mountains and stuff.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Then you changed it to traveling 69 miles along a horizontal plane.
Yeah, with zero
That might
slope.
not be the same thing. You see?
Zero slope. There's no grade to it.
There could be.
There could not be a grade to a horizontal plane. Again,
Yes,
sophistry is
because
getting
plane-
out of control.
Yes, now he's contradicting himself
Mhm.
because sloping plane it doesn't fit. Plane is plane, cannot slope.
Yep.
You see?
Zero slope. There's no grade to it.
There could be.
No, there couldn't. What? To
So
a
if you
level,
travel
to
out
a
69
zero,
miles,
to a zero elevation change, there could be a grade, is what you're saying, is it?
you're conflating two different things. You're conflating going 69 miles at constant elevation versus going 69 miles out on a horizontal plane.
But a horizontal plane is a 0 elevation change. That's been
Yeah,
established.
So it is constant elevation.
Yeah. So he says we're conflating the two when they're exactly the same thing. 0 elevation change on a horizontal plane and a 0 elevation change within his mind. There's no difference. No,
It could be that those are the same thing, but we haven't proven that yet.
Exactly. He said it could be that they're the same thing, but we haven't proven it yet. I don't know who he's talking about within the we again. I don't know what he's talking about. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a line measured as 69 miles with a 0 elevation change.
Right. So
Okay.
if you carried a water level, you would just keep it so that the water level is always at the same height. You're just traveling. You just stay at the same height as that water level. Is
Like
what I mean.
like a canal.
Right. Travel along a canal, so you stay at canal level the
69,
whole way
yeah.
on your 69-mile path. Right.
Yeah.
Are you happy there? Now
That
we don't
sounds
know
great.
yet. Does the canal form a flat, planar, horizontal surface? Right. We don't know that yet. It could be the case, but we haven't proven it. Right.
Who doesn't know that?
So you think that
He doesn't know. He doesn't know about a canal surface. Shocking. He doesn't know about it at all. I fancy him coming round here and have a conversation about horizontal equal elevation and not knowing about that.
By the way, if he doesn't know, he cannot argue.
Well,
So,
this is blue marble science. The blue marble scientific method. They can argue with anything, not knowing anything about a subject.
yes, proving from ignorance.
Sophistry.
Because I don't know, it means that you have to prove that I am wrong, but I am not wrong because I don't know.
And I'm not going to accept proofs. So even if you find a proof of a contradiction, I'm not going to accept it because I don't think there are proofs. So that's the way that these guys can get around all sorts of sophistry. And they've got away with it for years. They've practiced this particular argument. And it goes like this, where they keep going for a certain amount of time and then get upset. He's coming to the end. Do you not know?
In fact, it does not form one. But we haven't proven it one way or the other yet, right?
In fact, it does not form one. That's the canal he's saying.
So this is statement.
Yeah.
So he's saying in fact. So this is reality.
Yeah, let's just back it up a little bit there. Sorry about that. There we go.
Right. Travel along a canal, so you stay at canal level the whole way on your 69-mile path. Right.
Yeah.
Are you happy there? Now
That
we don't
sounds
know
great.
yet.
He said
Does
we
the
don't know.
canal form a flat, planar, horizontal surface, right? We don't know that yet. It
He said we don't know that. Sophist, listen.
could be the case, but we haven't proven it, right?
Who doesn't know that?
So you think that's
Do you not
known?
know?
In fact, it does not form one.
How did he say that they didn't know, and then now it's a fact that
now
it
he
doesn't?
knows.
Yeah, that was pretty quick, wasn't it?
So he has proof for that.
He must have, if he knows it.
But we haven't proven it one way or the other yet, right?
He knows it, but they haven't proven it.
Yes.
Again, what's going on? Just like loads of contradictions in this last one sentence.
So they
You
are
haven't
knowing
proven it.
by begging the question.
Knowing by having no proof. So therefore we can know it, because you don't have any proof of the other one either, and you haven't got any proof of anything. So therefore we know whatever it is that we just... Yeah. Pretty bad sophistry. One way or the
Pretty
other,
bad.
you know?
Not in what we're talking about yet.
Oh, I don't know. Is that what you were doing? Were you going to prove the water level to be not horizontal?
Yeah, it's a curve. Right, it's a curve. It's not horizontal.
Nice. And therefore definitely not parallel. No chance of it being parallel to anything. Right?
If parallel is only defined as a relationship between lines and planes, then it can't be, right?
Okay. And is that horizontal, you say?
Is what horizontal?
Your curve.
No, we said horizontal is a plane that's parallel to the plane of the horizon, right?
Yeah, that's definitely what I said. But I mean, you seem to be
Then how can it be a
disagreeing.
curve?
Well, you've just said that there's a curve there, didn't you?
I said the water curves. I didn't say horizontal curves.
He doesn't understand the implications of what he's saying.
Yes, because it means that first plane of the horizon cannot be the plane, and horizon cannot be horizontal, because if horizontal is a plane and horizon is not a plane, it means that they cannot be the same.
They can't be parallel to each other.
Yes.
And they can't be parallel to each other because they're a curve, like he's just said. Strange what he thinks horizontal is. But
do you see the difference there?
Well, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. So
okay,
I'd say that you
fine.
did actually say. See, did you hear that? He just agreed that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane.
But he has no planes on his model or whatever.
Strange, isn't it? Really? I wouldn't say it's strange. It's normal. This is the sort of stuff.
Yeah, water curves for sure.
So you imagine the horizontal plane curves then?
No.
Right, so a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, he agrees with. But the water level curves, he says. He can't see the contradiction that he's just made for himself. Go again. Listen. It curves.
Yeah, water curves for sure.
So you imagine the horizontal plane curves then?
No. A plane is straight. It goes off, it's flat. It goes off forever. It doesn't curve. It doesn't curve.
Can you not see a little bit of a contradiction there?
How is that a contradiction?
Well, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. And yet you seem to think that the water level curves.
Yeah, that's two different things.
Two different things. A water level, the tool that establishes a horizontal plane, and the water level that curves.
Maybe Maybe there are modern water levels which
Yeah.
establish curvy horizontal.
It's not a contradiction to him, though. He can't see it, so don't worry about it. Here we go again. Listen, contradiction there.
How is that a contradiction?
Well, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. And yet you seem to think that the water level curves.
Yeah, that's two different things.
What's two different things? That's why I was talking about the
A
contradiction.
water level.
So you can see the contradiction then.
Plane doesn't mean that water level itself is planar. Any 3 points establish a plane. What do you when you say that a water level?
Did you hear Aporia? Did you hear him bouncing off the wall of Aporia right there? Like smacked him in the face. I'll listen to that again. Nice. Spooky, listen to this. Listen to yourself. And yet you seem to think that the water level curves.
Yeah, that's two different things.
What's two different things? That's why I was talking about the contradiction.
A water level.
So you can see the contradiction then.
Plane doesn't mean that water level itself is planar. Any 3 points establish a plane. When you say that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, how do you think that happens? How does the water level establish that horizontal plane?
Don't forget, he just did agree twice to a water level being a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, but didn't see how that contradicts his water level curving, and now he's trying to.
Because if you have 2 points, you can establish straight line. So 3 points are needed for plane and 2 points are needed for straight line.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, is that a recent one, that Mobius? Because shout out Blue, I'd start banning us. It'd be about right for the Blue Marble scientific method. Don't want us in there. That'd be bad. It establishes a zero equal pressure state.
Okay, so does the water itself have to be a plane? The surface of the water have to be a plane in order to establish planes? Is that a requirement?
No, not within a water level. Have you ever seen the tool of water level?
Right, it's just a tube with water in it, right?
Yeah. So it doesn't actually have to be a plane for the water level to be able to establish a plane, does it?
No, it doesn't. We just need 3 points. 3 points establish a plane, right?
Well, a water level only needs 2, doesn't it?
To establish a plane? How does that work?
Because you can move the points to wherever you want. You start off with a base, at least in the good fancy water levels. You have a reservoir, and then you can move the other end around, and you can move it to anywhere, and it will always be in a plane.
You have your point A and your point B of your water level. Point A stays in the same spot. You go mark point B, then you move the end that has point B to another spot.
To another point. You can call that one B as well, can't you? Because it's the same water level.
I would say that the end is still end B of the water level, but we're point C in space, right? We got 3 different points in space that make a triangle.
Yeah. You can do as many as you want, couldn't you?
Plate, right?
Yeah. You could do as many as you wanted.
Now, does any part of this say that like water forms a flat planar surface?
No, nobody said flat. You want to watch out with that. I've heard there's a lot of flat earthers around here. They get triggered
I didn't
by
say
you using
flat Earth.
But you did say flat. Why would water form a flat?
Does any part of water forming a horizontal plane mean sorry, does any part of water levels forming a horizontal plane mean that water forms a horizontal plane?
He's definitely at aporia now, right? He's realizing, I think, because that doesn't make any sense.
He should add at rest, water at rest.
Yeah. Yeah, but he does. Surely he must realize that the water within a water level is water forming a plane.
Yes,
Like, he's
yes, of
got
course.
to realize that. So his statement that he just made then, question that he formulated, was just ridiculous. He just stated the same thing twice, but then asked the second one as a question. Other than the fact that the water level shows that the water level does actually make
Three points on the water form a plane.
Mm-hmm. We can have as
But
many
does
as
the
you want, couldn't
whole
you?
water form a plane?
I got it.
Because 3 points on a sphere form a plane, right?
What?
If you have 3 points on a sphere, those 3 points establish a plane, right?
3 points will always be coplanar. 3 coplanar
Right.
points.
3 points are always coplanar. So the fact that we can use this water level to give us 3 points to get a plane,
Mm-hmm.
well, that doesn't mean that water itself, like the whole surface of water, is a plane, right? It could be a sphere because 3 points.
Yeah, there's
They're always
waterfalls
gonna
and
give
all
us a-
sorts of rivers and streams. I mean, it definitely can't be a plane. Don't worry about that. It's, as if for the ocean,
Okay.
there's tides and waves and all of that sort of stuff. So,
Well,
yeah,
so
yeah.
so what's to prevent the canal water from curving around like part of the surface of a sphere? I mean, not the whole sphere, but part of it, because it's only so long and it's only so wide, right?
What's to prevent the canal water curving around a sphere? Anyone? It's a canal. Why would they curve it around a sphere? It doesn't make any sense. Unless it's a new modern art design or something that you want. I think the canals are a bit outdated now, though. I don't see why you'd want to curve a canal around a sphere. Modern day times, I'm not too sure. Nice idea.
It's like curving these profiles by Jackie. Why not?
Yeah. I think they should do it. Blue Marble Science Project. Get a canal and then get a sphere and build it like real life project. Or you could start it off at a scale model first. See how it'd work out. You say what's to prevent it?
Yeah, what logically says that that's not what's happening? How do we know that's not what's
That
happening?
water always finds its level. There would be no
Okay,
hump.
and what if that level is a sphere?
No, that's not what water finding its own level means, right? Or
Okay,
is that
well,
what
how
you
do we know
imagine
that
it
water
does?
always
Where
finds
did
a
you get
plane?
all your understanding of level from? Where's that come from?
Oh, university education, working as an engineer for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So where did you get the idea that water always seeks its level, meaning some sort of planar surface?
I did surveying when I was younger. Rise over run. Have you ever heard of that?
Of course, that's
Okay.
Algebra 1, 7th grade.
Oh, algebra. I'm talking about surveying and stuff. So the rise would be measured vertically. I think you would say on the that X, Y. Do you have Y mathematics? X and Y.
Of course,
Yeah. I mean, is Y the vertical?
you can define it that way.
Mm-hmm. And X would be the horizontal.
It could be.
Okay. Now, in reality, when we're actually doing surveying, and we're looking to measure a grade or a slope or something like that, that's how we measure things. That in reality, We measure the horizontal and then the vertical. And that's the rise over the run. Like you say, within algebra, it works similar on the X and Y axis with the measurements. But that gets translated to reality within the horizontal and vertical measurements.
So how do you know that the water is forming a planar surface, that when it seeks its level, that level is a plane and not a sphere?
Because it follows that thing there. That's how we can measure the horizontal distance, is that the horizontal is that zero slope. Like, because if there were a slope, then water would run down the slope. That's how we definitely know.
It doesn't follow.
What doesn't follow? The water does follow the slope down. Yes, it would do.
So it depends on what surface
we know how water flows.
seeks, right?
Do you know how water flows?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be because of the rise over the run relationship, right? If there is
because it flows to lower gravitational potential. It responds to the force that's put on it by gravity.
Mm-hmm. So if you were to tilt the horizontal, then the water would flow in that direction, where the horizontal ran downwards, right? You'd be able to tell the slope when you make the measurement, the rise over the run measurement.
I have no idea what you're even saying.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's how we measure elevation changes.
I'm not sure you have ever measured an elevation change or understand what an elevation is.
That's strange. Have you ever done surveying?
No, have you?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, in my youth.
No, you haven't.
I did it for 2 years. Yeah, in a building construction course. Well, have you ever seen us out in the field with the auto level?
No.
Oh. Did you know that? That's half of the reason we're called on the level, is so because we put cameras on levels. And go out.
You don't seem to understand that water level curves or many other basic facts about geometry, about logic.
How
about
does that
math.
fit with the rise over run?
But I would expect someone who's worked as a surveyor to understand.
I'm hoping that you're not thinking that horizontal curves, because it does sound like...
Horizontal doesn't curve, it's a plane. We just define it as a plane. A plane doesn't curve.
Okay. So do you imagine that the water level would drop, like be a measured vertical distance away from that horizontal?
From a horizontal plane? Of course.
Okay. So you're saying that there would be a rise over run gradient to the water level from any established point at any distance from that.
Right. So you establish a horizontal plane and a vertical line relative to some point. The water level surface is going to curve away from that plane because it's a sphere. It's going to drop away. You're going to have a vertical distance from that horizontal plane. That plane is going to get higher and higher in elevation relative to that level, constant elevation surface.
Yeah. So you could have that rise over run relationship.
Yeah.
So you're saying because elevation's measured vertical distance from an established horizontal baseline called level.
No, elevation is from sea level. Elevation is from sea level.
But no, in reality, elevation is measured as
in reality, elevation
rise
is
over
from
run
sea
relationship.
level.
A slope.
It's from sea level. So if
you
are farther
you seem
from
to
the
have just said that the water level has a slope inbuilt into it. Are you sure? Getting very close to going now, but did we get that?
Distance from that horizontal plane. That plane.
The water level would drop, like be a measured vertical distance away from that horizontal.
From a horizontal plane, of course.
Of course, he says. Of course. Distance away from that horizontal.
From a horizontal plane, of course.
Of course. So you're saying that there would be a rise over run gradient to the water level from any established point at any distance from that.
Right. So you
point.
establish a horizontal plane and a vertical line relative to some point. The water level surface is going to curve away from that plane because it's a sphere. It's going to drop away. You're going to have a vertical distance from that horizontal plane. That plane is going to get higher and higher in elevation relative to that level, constant elevation surface.
Yeah. Okay. There is going to be a vertical measured distance from the horizontal plane. Now, where I come from and my understanding of surveying, that's an elevation change. Literally, that's what an elevation change is. A measured change from the horizontal plane. An elevation change. Blue Marble says it. Don't know what this guy's talking about. Yeah, so you could have that rise over run relationship.
Yeah.
So you're saying because you could have a rise over run relationship of the water level to the horizontal, the vertical measurement. He thinks there's a slope to a water level. This guy that's never done any surveying or anything thinks that there's a rise over run relationship to the water level in a distance.
By the way, when he's saying that, he's destroying being horizontal, because it means that horizontal measured by or established, this horizontal with water level is not horizontal, cannot be horizontal, it has to be sloped. So it means that his horizontal using water level has to be tilted already. So tilting of horizontal is built in water level tool in from what he's saying. It has to be.
Well, this is the new lead surveyor, I think, the new guy. He's never done any surveying, but he's speaking for the Blue Marble scientists when he says there's a slope to the water level. Pretty impressive. Because elevations measured vertical distance from an established horizontal baseline called level.
No, elevation is from sea level. Elevation is from sea level.
But no, in reality, elevation is measured as a
in reality
that
elevation
rise
is
over
from
run
sea
relationship.
level.
A slope.
It's from sea level. So if
you
are
seem
farther from
to
the
have just said that the water level has a slope inbuilt into it. Are you sure? Do you want to take a mulligan on that one? That does sound a little bit strange. He did just say there was a measured vertical change from the horizontal of the water level. It's like a drop.
Yeah, of course, because water level is a sphere and a horizontal is a plane.
Right, water level is a sphere. Have you got any?
Yeah.
Have you got any definitions of that sort of stuff, or are you just saying that for a laugh?
This is bog standard stuff. Everybody knows this, man. You could go ask any surveyor you like; they're going to tell you the same thing. Ask an engineer.
I've never heard
You're
one say that.
Right now,
I've
but I know
never heard one say that at all.
You know you're lying about that, right?
I think that's the sort of part when he's about to leave.
Yes, and his voice is already nervous, very nervous voice. Yes.
Yeah, he realizes that he's just made a massive mistake saying that there's an elevation change. So mark that, timestamp it. Spooky. Shout out to Spooky. Any engineers that can back up Spooky and the elevation change, the measured vertical change of a water level over distance. Spooky seems to be saying that engineers will back him up about the slope of the water level, the measured rise over run relationship.
And by the way, it is even impossible, because if water level is already slope, and it means that horizontal is already slope, is not that horizontal is not horizontal because it is sloped already.
It's got a slope.
So it would be no difference, because it would be difference slope from slope. So it cannot be measured anyway.
Well, you can't have a vertical change on a horizontal because the vertical won't be relative to the horizontal.
Yes. So even if it were sloped, this horizontal, it would be no change, because this measured change, because this sloped horizontal is reference. So you cannot measure slope from slope.
And you can't measure a local horizontal that's the same as level when it's different. It's got a vertical change when the local is the same.
Yes.
It's awful. They don't even realize the implications of their own. It's what I'm going to call it, geometric ignorance, really. Because they could quite easily look at this, but I think ECV stops them from doing it. So it's an ignorance of geometry. And if any of you guys are upset about me saying that you're ignorant of geometry, come in and explain to us. Let's have the conversation about it. It should be easy for you if you can explain it. But after he's just called me a liar, it's about time he's going to go.
You're lying about that, right?
That's a lie. No, I'm telling you the truth. I've never heard a surveyor say that level is a sphere. No, that's definitely the truth. I've never talked to a surveyor that has told me that he thinks level is a sphere. That's a ridiculous statement. And I don't know how many surveyors you've talked to, or anybody, if the blue marble scientists or the blue marble engineers or anything like that. I'd like to actually see some blue marble scientists, blue marble surveyors, blue marble engineers come round and tell us that level has a slope to it as opposed to the horizontal. Please do. I'd love to hear it. No, I'm definitely not lying.
I think that even you know that you're lying, and I guess that's probably the best place to end the discussion. So maybe I'll talk to you another day. Have a good day.
All right,
Please don't. Bye.
Somebody tell him to go, did they?
Don't know. See you later, Osman.
There you go. That's a chat with the newest blue marble sophist to come around here, practicing sophist. Marks out of 10, anyone? For the guy, the new guy, Spooky. What do you think?
Not bad. If he is not experienced sophist yet, so he did well. So,
He needs to read up on the contradictions of the water level and the horizontal. He needs to brush up on his geometry and the geometric implications of bullshitting around geometry.
There are some gaps here in sophistry, but for the new one, he did well.
Okay.
If he's unexperienced sophist, he did well.
Okay, so I noticed we don't have many people here. Now, I don't know whether that's because the Blue Marble scientists have all called everybody off, because, I mean, it's utterly embarrassing what this guy's doing. And especially if Spooky December, and he's going with his stupid sock account name, but if he is one of the new practicing sophists, then I'm not surprised that they've all left. I wouldn't want to hear that, especially if that's meant to be one of the best guys in the arena. I hope he's not. I hope the Blue Marble Sophists have got somebody better than that. Because I like to continue this journey that we're on. Trivium, exposing logic and sophistry. It's probably been a bit much going over that, but tomorrow we will also be going over something very similar, and the way that sophists within their geometric ignorance deal with this in a way that they end up inevitably to expose themselves as sophists that they quite clearly are. Now, this sophistry is going to become more and more apparent whenever you hear it. So either join us or like, if you don't want to be exposed to this sophistry, if you want to be able to continue living in the world of this sophistry, then it'd probably be better if you don't listen to us, especially if you've got a model, if you're part of the Globe Fanatics, part of the Flat Earth Society, part of both of them together, some sort of confusion group. This probably isn't going to be the sort of thing for you, unless you want to try and improve your sophistry, which I think most people have been doing, coming round here quite often. Anyway, I think that's why people come round here, so that they can practice how good at sophistry they are. Hopefully it's not going to be too much for people, but we do have to go over this sort of stuff. So I think I'm going to be rounding it up. Anybody got any final words or anything like that?
But he ended his sophistry and not sophistry, because calling someone a liar in discussion just without anything, just on deny, this is not sophistry. It's just rude. So his sophistry ended.
Well, I think that's a admittal of defeat.
Yes.
He quite clearly
Obviously.
reached aporia, said some really stupid shit, and then realised his only way out was to call me a liar. Which the Blue Marble scientists will praise him for. That would probably be one of the best ways of him getting out of here. Although they did have a go at me for leaving Chaiki. Similar to that, I'm guessing. Okay. Thanks for watching. Tomorrow it will be Trivium Day, and we will be doing a similar sort of thing, looking at the sophist and how the sophist falls into these pit holes that they make themselves. It can't be helped. Once you fight against logic, you will always end up being exposed as a sophist, one way or another. Normally after the fact. I'm going over these live streams slowly to go over them piece by piece. But I mean, must be able to say, going over Spooky December, he must have contradicted himself 4, 5, 6 times, sometimes in the same sentence. Contradictions, sophistry, little tactics. More of this tomorrow. Don't know which one we'll be going over. Don't know whether the Chaiki, it's a bit too soon to be going over Chaiki again. But I don't know whether we could go over Lewis again. Don't know. Maybe it wasn't Lewis. Maybe Lewis isn't Bob's son. Who knows? Okay, thanks for watching. Join us tomorrow. Trivium night.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.